All right. Doing it live.
We'll do it live.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, my friend.
Happy St. Patty's. Are you wearing green?
No, I'm wearing black.
Yeah, me too.
I wore my green shirt yesterday, and I didn't even think about it. I was like, ah, damn it.
You're right. I wore my green shirt. I think the day
Yeah.
before yesterday. Yeah.
But yeah, my I'm a quarter Irish. I have some Irish in my family. So both of my great grandmothers on my mother's side were Irish immigrants to New York City, and both of my grandfathers on my mother's side, so their husbands were both German immigrants to New York City, or the descendant of German immigrants. And so yeah, it's all German and Irish on that side. James Morton, Sunday Funday. That's right.
Sunday Funday.
Happy St.
Yeah,
Patty's Day.
I don't think there's any Irish in my my heritage. Probably at some point. Yeah. The Europeans, they're all.
You're all mutts.
Yep. We all just love each other. You know, that's
Yeah, right.
that's all that is.
Uh-huh.
We just like to share the love.
No, I feel like
We're
there are
not fighting
definitely
over our borders.
yeah, I feel like there are definitely areas that we're less likely to experience that kind of melting pot thing. You know, where my father's family came from, there were distinct cultural groups, I guess I would say, you know, even regional groups. And they didn't really like their neighbors, so they didn't mix very much. Although, you know, when you're talking about thousands of years, you're right. Probably everybody at some point is more than one thing. But all right, so we've got some wait, let me start burning some energy here. I need to do a little bit of champ training, I think. 40.
Yeah, I was a not so smart raid player, and like a diligent little bee, did all of my raid stuff last night.
Just got nothing to do today for the stream.
You know, the usual. You just get in such a habit with it. Like,
Yeah.
oh, server reset. All right, let me get all this stuff done so I don't forget, because otherwise I'm gonna forget, and then I'm gonna feel stupid about it. I'm gonna be upset that I lost my energy.
Yeah, I've gotten into the rhythm now where I am absolutely trying to get all of like as many of my dailies and everything done before I go to bed, so the next day I can just wake up and like shoot a video or handle whatever, and then like move on with my life, because there's just so much to do. What happened to you? There you are. You're back.
Yeah, I'm clicking through stuff now.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the size of my screen here, folks. Sorry, it's gonna get all distorted for a second. I want to make sure I can read the chat. Say hi to folks.
Hey.
It look okay. Burso, Dinky, Chars, Suzanne Johansson. Suzanne, you and I gotta have words about picking Phoenix over Runekeeper Dazzlerk in the Raid Madness. No, it's okay. Not your fault. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not.
Yeah, say it with your whole chest, Cole. Stand behind your convictions.
I got so many messages. I got so many comments. People were defending the Phoenix pick. Clearly, they were like, Cole, come on, man. Don't call us out like that. That ain't right. Phoenix is a good pick. Like, no.
A-Gigs called everybody out.
Yeah,
Funny.
He was like, no way. Not a chance. I had one person.
All of you that picked Phoenix, I don't like you.
I had one commenter who was like, I pulled Phoenix early. I built him. He became a carry for my account, and I love him, and I'm not going to pick anybody else over him. And I was like, I respect the hell out of that. That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind that. But if you've ever, like, if you've looked at RKD's kit and you're like, nah, his kit's not good enough, or you've built him to like 50 and you're like, yeah, he doesn't really get the job done, I'm not taking him to 6 stars. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Phoenix is fine, by the way. Phoenix is solid. But he could potentially not even be a top 64 champion. He wasn't in the bracket. He wasn't in the bracket, and we put him into the bracket. He was like 75th or something, and I got him into the bracket, and then he took out my boy RKD, and I was astonished. I was just shocked.
So it sounds like what you're saying is we goofed putting him in the bracket.
No, I mean, I think
Your originating problem lies with us.
I think arguably he deserves to be in the bracket. You know, I think one of the reasons why I ended up actually scooping him into the bracket was because I felt like there were champions that were hovering there in like the 70s who were clearly better than champions that were like in the 20s, you know, and I was trying to pull out some of the outliers. And so I was just kind of going down the list, and like he was actually one of the very last people who made it into the bracket. And you know, oddly enough, because of the way I did it, like Inquisitor Shamail didn't get into the bracket. Do you know what I mean? Because like what I was doing is I was like, okay, here are the top 64. And I was like, but this one, number 25 has to come out. So let's put in 65. And then, you know, number 33 has to come out. So let's put in 66. And so that's what I was doing at first. And I got like 8 or 10, yeah, something like 6 or 8, maybe, you know, champions into the bracket that way. And then I looked again and I was like, oh, whoops, there's no Seer. There's no Seeker. You know, like,
yeah.
There's no Maneater, you know, it wasn't even because those champions weren't in the top 70 or 80. They were at like 150 or 130. And so then I just had to start pulling out more, you know, more champions to get these powerhouses in. Like the fact that Maneater didn't make the top, you know, 64 is ridiculous. He's a top 5 epic in my mind. You know, like potentially he could win the whole thing. So the idea that he wasn't in, you know, in the bracket, but it's like Phoenix didn't have to be. Like he didn't have to be. He could have been one I left out. Like if I had pulled Phoenix and put in Inquisitor Shamail instead, I think people would say that makes sense. Inquisitor Shamail is more valuable than Phoenix. I think that makes sense, you know. But he deserved to be there, I thought. You know, I think he's around, you know, 60. But RKD is a top 10. Worst case scenario is a top 15 epic.
Yeah. No, I think RKD is great. You've extolled his virtues, I believe.
I mean, how integral was he to my noob versus pro account, right? Like he was everywhere on that account.
Integral to your defeat.
He's one of the reasons why I hung in there. Like he's the champion that got me to gold 5. He's the champion that got me through like tons of Doom Tower content. You know, he went into my account or into my roster and never came out. He was on my clan boss team. Like he was everywhere. Kirk, good afternoon from the SXC bit of the UK. Welcome, Medusa. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well in the HH challenge. Medusa and I have been talking a little bit about the HH challenge. You've got 3 epics already. Nice. Going for the fusion. Sweet. Great Dane. Hey, good to see you, Dane. Wicked Gaming in the house. Kate of the Dead. Hey, Kate.
Yeah.
It's been a minute. Caveman. We're doing all right. Angelica. Hello. NYC. Good morning. Tonk. Shepo. I think I said Burso already. Geo is a clear winner. Geo, if Geo wins this, I'm not even going to publish the last video. I'll just be like,
funny because moments ago I was thinking about saying like, yeah, we should call who we think is going to win it, and already I know it's going to be Geo. That's my call.
If Geo wins, but it happens in April, it's not Raid Madness anymore because Raid Madness happens in March, and we'll just have to wait until next year to see who wins. Tonk says I picked Geo to win because I'm a troll. Good afternoon, Tanang.
Amen, Tonk.
I think that Godseeker's coming out of the Northwest. I think Deacon's coming out of the Southwest. I'm pretty sure that Geomancer is coming out of the Southeast. And the question is, who comes out of the Northeast? Because I don't actually know. Like, this is one I'm not sure about. So, you know, if we look at, by the way, you guys should vote today if you haven't, because the voting closes at midnight tonight. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I'll do my votes. Have you done your votes, son?
Oh, for this round?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't think I have.
Yeah.
We should
So
do that.
yeah, I'm gonna do that right now, I think. Let me see.
Yeah, we'll vote Geo right on through to the end. Stone
All right.
skin? Really?
All right, so here's the bracket. So if we look at the Northeast, let's see if I can do this. Yeah, so the Northeast is Phoenix versus Royal Guard in the top quarter. Neither one of those is going to get through. There's no way. I don't see that happening.
Oh, shoot.
I guess in the Southeast, it could be Seeker, actually. Seeker could get through. I could see Seeker actually beating Geomancer. That would be potentially possible. I think he's the only champion that can do it. I didn't think Seer was going to do it, although I had some hope. I don't think Venomage is going to do it. That's the champion I actually called. I think Venomage is a better champion than Geomancer, or at least has been for me, and is incredibly good. I think Maneater has a shot here, and I think I don't know that anybody's going to beat Maneater out of this quarter. Like, I think Maneater's going through to the final four, and it's going to come up against Geo, and that's actually going to be a good matchup. I guess Maneater's got a shot against Geo. But then on the west side of the bracket, we've got, I guess Demitha has a chance. Demitha has a chance, but I think realistically, out of this quarter, the one I'm expecting is Stagnite. I think it's gonna be Demitha or Stagnite. I'm not sure I agree with that call, but I think the one of those two is the most likely to come out of the Southwest. So I guess it can't be Deacon and Godseeker. For whatever reason, I thought they were in different corners of the bracket, but so it's got to be Deacon or Godseeker. And for my money, Deacon wins that. So I'm going to go ahead and vote right now. Let's just go ahead and vote. All right, so Godseeker is definitely going to beat out Tyrell. I think Allure is better than Annex. Deacon is better than Skullcrown. This is an interesting matchup. This is actually a really interesting matchup. I think Skrank's incredibly good. I don't think everybody realizes how good he is yet. And I think in a year, Skrank actually walks away with this. The one thing that's going for Farrakhan the Fat right now is he's the budget partial solution to Fire Knight hard mode. He's not a great solution for Fire Knight hard mode, by the way. Like, he's okay. But he is the best budget version of a solution there. And you still need more. Like, it's not just him. But yeah, but he's decent for that. And then obviously he's a very good clan boss champion. I'm not saying he's not good in other places. I'm saying that's the thing right now that I think has propelled him up to a 2 seed. I think he's high at 2. I think he should probably be like a 4 seed. And I think Skrank is going to end up being kind of like that as well. I'm not hearing you, son. Is it you got an audio issue?
No, what's up?
Okay. Right.
I was focused on my live arena battle.
Gotcha. I hear you muttering in the background. I'm like, what's going on? Are you
Was I muttering?
Muttering in Dutch, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is a lot closer and more interesting than it's going to end up being. I think Farrakhan's going to go through pretty handily. I actually expect it to be not that close of a vote. So, and on my bracket, I think I have Farrakhan going through as well. For me, Skrank would be the more valuable champion, I think. He's an AoE HP burner. He's Void Affinity. He's the best epic HP burner in the game. And Farrakhan is the best epic ally attacker in the game. So I do think they're very close. I'm going to vote for Skrank, I think. Am I going to vote for Skrank? Nah, I guess I'll vote for Farrakhan. Nah, I guess I'll. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna vote for Skrank. All right, Demitha versus Ugo is a really interesting matchup. I think. I think people are going to vote Demitha through. I'm not as high on Ugo as everybody seems to be. I think she's good, but I don't think she's the powerhouse that it seems like everybody thinks she is. I've gotten her early on accounts. I got her early on this HH Challenge account, and I'll be honest, like I like her. Having a block debuffs buff is really nice. You can use her in arena. She's a good drop defense champion. She has like an emergency revive that's very difficult to use and doesn't activate when you want it to. And she's got a little bit of a heal and stuff. She's got a mini cleanse. So does Demitha, by the way. But I think if you pulled Demitha from a shard or you pulled Ugo from a shard, I think 99 out of 100 people would be more excited for the Demitha pull. Like, right? Like, if you... Not that they're not both very good champions, so you can't use them, but like, which one do you get more excited about? Demitha, right? And you might be like, oh, well, you're excited about her for one reason. And I'm like, yeah, but you shouldn't be. You should be excited about her for a lot of reasons. She's got a buff extension. She's got a mini cleanse. She's got a heal. You know, she's got a good kit. She's a really good all-around support. And you can use that block damage in a lot of fights to get you one more round or maybe two more rounds. And it's on a 3-turn cooldown, you know, when you have it booked. So I don't know that this should be as close as I think it's going to be. I'm going to vote for Demitha. Taragi the Frog versus Madame Saris. My boy Jay Giggs is going to be upset, but I actually think Taragi the Frog is probably the more valuable champion for two reasons. One is a lot of people have Wukong now, so Madame Saris is less valuable there. Also, polymorph makes buff stripping a little bit problematic. And finally, I just think, like, early in the game, especially having an ally protector like Taragi the Frog is so important. I mean, Son, what do you think about Taragi the Frog? Because you've used him as a key component of your roster, haven't you?
Yeah, he's one of the key components of my clan boss team, and he is freaking awesome.
Yeah. So I really like Madame Saris, and I would love to see her in the next round. But I've been watching this matchup, and I've been thinking I got to go with Taragi. I think, just based on my personal recent experience with Taragi, like he can go everywhere. Like, you can use him in a lot of places.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's not exclusive to my clan boss.
Right. So there. Stag Knight's going through on a Kempton. This is a little bit unfortunate for a Kempton, who I think is really good. But Stag Knight's Stag Knight. You get him and you build him and you're never sorry. I think a Kempton's a better endgame champion, but Genbo versus Rector Drath. If I vote with my head here, I might pick Rector Drath. But if I vote with my heart here, Genbo's going through. I think every time I've pulled Genbo, I've built him and I've never regretted it. And I continue to use him to this day. And I probably won't replace him in my main arena team, even though I have champions like Harima and Trunda and, you know, like, I have tons of arena nuker options, and I still use Genbo because that ignore unkillable is just so nice, and he hits so freaking hard, and he's void affinity, so he never weak hits into anybody. You don't have to think about it. He's literally the easiest gold 5 solution from a nuker standpoint, on top of being just one of the best. He hits really hard. People look at his multipliers and they're like, he's not going to hit that hard. He hits so hard. He hits so hard. He just obliterates teams. I'll even show you later on. Like, he's sick. But Rector Drath is usable literally everywhere, including Hydra. She's a great, like, if you built her as one of your first 3 epics, like, she'll just carry. She's a hard carry from the support standpoint. Like, I've been using Melga, who's like a watered down version of Rector Drath, and Melga's been a beast. And Rector Drath would be even better. I mean, the decreased attack on the A1, which is just like a nice little addition to the kit, plus the perfect veil. The heals are a little bit tricky. Like, you have to speed tune her to make sure you get all the heals that you want. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough for me to say she's imperfect. That's enough for me to say Genbo should take it. It's like, yeah, her heals are slightly tricky to use every once in a while. It's like, that's it. That's enough. Whatever. Should probably be Rector Draft, but I think it's one of the things that's happening in this bracket is that damage dealers are not being represented. Because we're talking about it from free to play standpoint, we're talking about it from overall value standpoint. And and so they're just not being represented. Royal Guard should win this one. I don't know what Phoenix is doing here. Duke the Pierce should win this one.
The hate for Phoenix is real now.
Yeah, I'm like pissed at him. It's not his fault, but I'm pissed. I mean, he shouldn't have gotten through RKD. He definitely shouldn't get through Royal Guard, and I would have had RKD going through over Royal Guard. So, yeah, that's an easy call for me. Now, this one is a really interesting matchup because Miscreated is on a hot streak right now. He is so back in the limelight. You know, we've got him as a potential new player code that you can take. If you don't want Deacon, you can take this guy. And he's a beast early on. And you pulled him early on, and he was a beast on your account, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's still a beast. Surprisingly enough, I think I actually use Miscreated Monster more than champions like Taragi.
Yeah.
Which I think some people would value higher than Miscreated.
That would be an interesting matchup. Like if it were Taragi
that
versus
would be a
Miscreated.
really interesting matchup. Yeah. But I mean, it's the AoE stun chance with the Ally Protect. I mean, his cooldowns aren't great. If his Ally Protect was on just one turn shorter cooldown, I think he would be rated just as highly as guys like Taragi.
Yeah.
But in actuality, I still use him more because when it comes to like Doom Tower waves, like having that shield with the stun chance, it's just awesome. Especially for me, I have Brogdon, I can grow that shield. Yeah. I think he sees more use than
he's a better pairing with Brogdon. Yeah, he's a better pairing with Brogdon, that's for sure. I think he's great. I think people underestimate how good this champion is. He's a bit squishy for an ally protector. His base defense is really low. He's got a good HP pool, but as a result, he takes tons of damage. But he also has a really good self-sustain. He can heal up to 50% of his own damage, right? Of his own HP pool. So, you know, between the shields that he gives everybody, the fears that go out there, the stuns that he has on 2 different skills, yeah, he is an all-arounder. You can use him in Doom Tower. You can use him in Faction Crypts. You can use him in Arena. You can use him in dungeons if you need to. I mean, he's not... He's a champion that doesn't need to do a job on a boss other than keeping everybody else in the fight. Like, that's what he does. He keeps he's a tank and a support, and he keeps everybody else in the fight. But in wave content, he enables you to, like, be more powerful than your composition should be. Like, you can take on harder content simply because Miscreated Monster is there. I guess you could say the same a little bit about Taragi, but I think Miscreated Monster is more obviously useful in more places. That being said, I've gotten a ton of like backlash on Maneater here. People have been talking about how he's not good like in a lot of places. He's you need him for one thing and you always need something else to make him work. And it's like, you know, yeah, he's only good for clan boss and you need 2 of them. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Every single unkillable clan boss champion requires at least one other champion to activate. Like, that's just the way unkillable goes. But that other champion could be a Painkeeper. It could be a second unkillable. It could be a Seeker and a Deacon. Like, there are all sorts of ways to get to that unkillable. You know, so to say that, like, it needs something else, like, every composition is at least 4 champions, so who cares? Like, yeah, if you get Maneater, it's not like, oh, I can just build him and defeat clan boss instantly. I'm like, it was the original endgame content. Like, why should you be able to defeat Ultra Nightmare clan boss with 1 epic champion? That's silly, right? It's like, he is a key to unlock a team composition, and you have lots of options. If you pull this guy in a Warcaster, you're good. If you pull him in a Demitha, you're good. You pull an Emic, you're good. You get a Helicath or a Roshguard or a St. Nicholas and a Maneater, and you're good. You get 2 Maneaters, you're good. Like, That's the way he works. But on top of that, and maybe I've had this rare experience, but he was like my 4th or 5th built epic on my main account. It was, I had Seeker, Padma, Tayrell. I remember those 3. I had those 3 before Maneater. But after that point, Maneater came quickly. He was soon after those 3 epics. And he went everywhere. His A2 is 100% turn meter steal. It's crazy strong on a 3-turn cooldown, which basically means it's on a 2-turn cooldown in certain, in certain circumstance. His A1 is an AoE decrease attack. One of the most usable skills in the game. An AoE decrease attack. Wave content, yes. Bosses, yes. Bosses with minions, yes. Everywhere you want. Clan boss, yes. Even if it's a killable clan boss. Then he has a block debuffs buff. And again, you're like, well, it's on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, but he steals 100% turn meter. So if he's not in a boss fight where you can't steal turn meter, it's really on a 4-turn cooldown. Or maybe a 4.5 if you want to call it that. It's like, it's stupidly good. Spider, great. Fire Knight, great. It's like people love 100% turn meter steal champions, and yet they don't love Maneater for that skill. I don't know. He's usable in every single place in the game. And he like doesn't do the same job Maneater or Miscreated Monster does, but he's as versatile, I think. And so yeah, I got to go with Maneater. I'm a little bit frustrated with the pushback on Maneater. I am. But that's fine. That's fine.
Right.
People get to vote the way they want. They should vote the way they want. But I'm like, this dude he's fantastic. He's fantastic everywhere. And he hits hard, and he's survivable, and he's void affinity. Like there's no weakness to Maneater. Dark Kael versus Ursula the Mourner. I've got a lot of Dark Kael lovers talking to me. I'm an Ursula lover. I think she's absolutely fantastic. I think she's underrated. I don't know that she deserved to be a 2 seed, but I think I think she's a top 15 epic. I think she may be the best Doom Tower support in the epic rarity. I think like in Doom Tower specifically, I might take her over like Deacon Armstrong and Seeker and, some of those other champions. She has an AoE decrease attack. She has an increase attack. She has turn meter reduction on her A1, and she has the best AoE revive in the game for the epic rarity. I mean, I'm including Cardinal. Some people push back and say Cardinal does. Cardinal's tricky to use. Ursula's not, right? Like, you don't have to set up your team getting wrecked, in a particular way for her revive to just be incredibly useful. You can use her in Dark Fae. She's not so tanky that you can't, like, nuke her out, nuke the copy of her out, but she's also tanky enough that she can be, very survivable. You have to realize she's more of an HP based tank than a defense based tank. Like if you're gonna make her tanky. But yeah, I think she's got to go through. Doom Priest versus Ruella. I really like Ruella, but Doom Priest is an essential epic. Everybody who has her should build one. You could build 2. Ruella is very good. She's very good, and she brings a lot, and she's good in Doom Tower, and she's good in Fire Knight. But Doom Priest is literally like a solution that you can just plug in different places and try, and she'll surprise you. She'll just solve stuff for you that you're like, really? That's all it took? I just put Doom Priest in, and it was easy again? And it's like, yep, that happens. I'm not sure that ever happens for Ruella except in Fire Knight. I would love to pick Ruella to have her go through, but I actually think, even though Doom Priest might be a little bit high as a 1 seed, I think she is definitely a high seed. And I would say, in terms of just essential champions on your roster, everybody wants a Seeker. Everybody wants a Doom Priest. You need these champions to really flesh out, like, not just in the epics, but like regardless. Even if you're a year into the game, if you haven't pulled a Doom Priest yet, you pull her, you're like, finally, I've got her. If you pull a Seeker, you're like, finally, I've got him. I don't think when you pull Ruella, you're going to be like, finally, I got her. I just don't think that's quite where she is. She's really good. She's really good. And I like her more and more as time goes by. But I think Doom Priest is too unique and essential. So Doom Priest. Vogoth and Seeker, I like Vogoth, but Seeker is the same as Doom Priest. best turn meter filler in the entire game, including legendaries. Venomage versus Gorgrab isn't that close for me. I like Gorg, but Venomage is literally one of the best epics in the game. I think she's low at a 3 seed. I would probably make her a 2 seed. Maybe even a 1 seed. Just all around awesome. Almost no content she can't do. There's very, very little Venomage couldn't help you with. And if you built Venomage early on an account, will literally carry you through every dungeon, through clan boss, through everywhere, through Doom Tower waves, through Doom Tower bosses, through faction crypts. I don't know about Hydra. I've never actually used her in Hydra, but the kit makes sense. Even the kit works there, you know, so potentially could be a good Hydra champion, at least in some rotation. I don't know if there is a fight you have to pull her out of, except for places where you can't land debuffs or you don't want to land debuffs. But that's the only place. I mean, she's universally powerhouse, and she can solo. You know, if you have a Venomage, like for tournaments for fusions, if you're farming stage 20 of Dragon or you're farming stage 20 of Ice Golem, you can build her into a solo champion for those dungeons and literally get champion training points with 4 food champions while you're completing your tournament points. And she'll do it fast. My Venomage clears stage 20 of Dragon in 2 minutes. It's like 2 minutes, 5 seconds on average, something like that. With 4 food champions. You know, how good is that? That's so good. That's so, if you want to complete fusions, she's one of the best epics to help you complete fusions. Every time. Not like any particular fusion, like over and over and over again. I've been using it for a year as my solo champion. Geomancer versus Seer. Geo's going to go through here. I'm voting for Seer. And I know people might think it's Geo hate. It's not, actually. This is really simple for me. I think Geo's the better overall champion. I think that's true. On my account, I don't have a Geo. But I do have a Seer, and she's incredibly powerful at endgame. And when I've had Geomancers in the past on other accounts, one account, but it was an account I played for over a year. Like, he was a good solution, but I actually had better solutions on my other account than Geomancer in a lot of cases. And at endgame on, like, if I pulled him today on my endgame account, I don't think he'd make a single squad. I would try. I would build him and I would try to fit him into stuff, but I don't know that he would make a single team on my roster. He's not going to make Iron Twins, and then I don't know where else I would need him. Maybe some hard mode dungeons. I don't even know. I don't even know where I would use him.
I just like how the goalpost keeps moving,
In terms of what?
In terms of, for some champions, we talk about their value as free to play and how valuable they are. And then now here, all of a sudden, we're talking about, oh, Geo isn't worth anything in the end game. Well, I mean, is Miscreated Monster worth anything in the end game? You can get better champions.
Yeah, but
if we're
every
talking about free
champion,
to play,
every champion is matched up against a different champion.
Be better.
Every champion is matched up against a different champion, right? So every matchup requires a different consideration.
Geo is clearly better than Seer in the free to play.
Geo is clearly better than Seer in the free to play, but not on my account.
Okay, so but now it's specifically in the context of your account rather than in the context of free to play as a whole?
Sure, why not?
Geo's better. I think he's better.
I think Geo is the more universally valuable champion.
Yeah.
Right? And in terms of, like, if you're talking about progression, yeah, he's by far the more valuable champion. And I think the thing that I'm doing in this particular case is I'm valuing the champion who I think is, one, being undervalued a little bit, because I've heard, like, people say, like, Seer's not really that important at endgame and Geo is, and that's not true. That's just untrue. Like, Geo falls off and Seer gets stronger. And some people are like, Geo doesn't fall off. And it's like, if you are a Geo builder and you get him early, you're going to continue to try to find solutions for him up until the end game. But there are better solutions than Geo for everything he solves when you get to endgame. When you get to endgame, you should pull him out of every fight. You should, if you have the champions to pull him out, there are better solutions for everything he does. I don't know a single fight where I would say he's the best solution. Now, maybe like somebody was talking about Amius, he's actually a really good pairing with Rathalos. So if Rathalos Geo is like a solution for you, great. I get it. That's awesome and that's super valuable. You know, but otherwise, I wouldn't have him in Arena. I wouldn't have him in 3v3 Arena. I wouldn't have him in Live Arena. He doesn't feature in any solution that I need in Doom Tower. Every single Doom Tower solution I have is better without Geo. And if I had him, I couldn't put him in any of them, right? In addition, he's not in my clan boss team. Why would he be in my clan boss team at endgame, right? There are so many good damage dealers now at endgame. And by the way, if you pulled Ninja and you're using Geo, like, I know Ninja is not available to everybody, but like back in the day, like if you pulled Ninja and you're still using Geo, like I don't know what's going on there. Like Ninja hits so much harder. So like double the damage that Geo is going to do in clan boss. The only time you would use Geo, I think, is if you had an Infinity clan boss team and he was your damage dealer. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden that makes sense. You know, but still, it's like I don't know a single endgame solution that requires him. And I don't know where he's the top at anything. Whereas Seer literally makes Seer saves me an hour a day, at least in terms of playtime. Right? Like, I plug her in, I build a team around her for hard mode dungeons. For stage 10 of hard mode dungeons, and she clears the waves in 4 seconds. That is incredibly valuable for a player like me. I'm playing 2 accounts. And I'm trying to make content. Mm-hmm. This isn't even close. Seer's 10 times as valuable to me as Geomancer.
Currently, sure. I mean, I think that for a lot of the votes, they happen around the concept of the average player, like, you know, who is more valuable. And I think that for Geomancer, he's going to bring way more value to people early game. Now, if they make it to late game, then sure, I could see how Seer's ability to clear waves really fast and being able to limit the amount of time in game, that's fantastic. That's great. But I don't think we can overlook how much value Geo, like, if Seer does that for you in endgame, Geo is the one that would have gotten you there, right? Because Seer isn't getting you there. Seer isn't getting you to endgame where you can do that.
Right, but Geo didn't get me to endgame either.
Sure did. He got me to endgame. He's getting me to endgame right now.
I mean, to be fair, son, you're still stuck in the mid game. Like you've had Geo for a long time, and he's done work for you. And the mid game is just super long. Like that's just the way life is.
Well, yeah, but it helps me on my way. I'm not saying I'm there already. I'm just saying Seer doesn't get you there. Seer doesn't do anything for anybody until you get to the end game and you have enough to build her into that.
No, that's not true.
That's
just straight up not true. Like if you haven't pulled a Seer and you haven't used her in the mid game, that's not true. She gets stronger as your account gets stronger. She becomes more and more valuable. But that doesn't mean you can't use her if you pull her in the mid game. If you get her in the mid game, she can be usable in a lot of places. You can use her in Arena. You could use her in Live Arena. I just came up against a Seer in Live Arena who crushed me. And I was like, that's insane. But, you know, like you can take her into Live Arena. A lot of people build, you know, like teams with a lot of buffs. You bring in Mithralas, you know, you bring in Pythions, you know, you bring in defensive base champions that are going to give you tons of buffs. And she'll literally turn that into damage against your team if they're not protected buff. Right? So it's like if you need a buff strip, like Madame Saris, like Wukong, she can be that buff strip in Arena. And that's a hugely valuable tool if you don't have it anywhere else on your account. You can also use that in wave content. You come up against Doom Tower waves. You come up against faction crypt waves that have buffs up. And with enough accuracy, she's irresistible, right? She just pulls those buffs off of that other team. Now, when you get to endgame, you typically don't use her in that fashion. You shift her away from an accuracy build. And because you're going faster, you need to empower her with buffs on your team. But in the mid game, you use the enemy's buffs against them. It's awesome. It's awesome. And it's not just that she strips them, she literally turns it into damage against them. So she is highly usable in the mid game. You just use her in a different way, right? And it's like, yeah, to empower her full power, you need a good roster and you need gear and you need all of those things. But by the time you get to end game, she's essential to your life in raid. She just,
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
you know, so it's like, yeah,
I
Geo's
just I'm just
better
saying,
all
from my
around.
perspective, we extol the values of solutions to problems,
Right.
and Seer is a great solution to making things go faster, but her requirements to meet that are significantly higher in my eyes. Like, if I get a Geo, I can slap just a little bit of gear on him, boom, Geo is doing Geo things. If I get a Seer, I have to build an entire team around Seer. I have to get all of the gear to properly get that gear running, or get the team running, and more than likely I'm going to be end game before I get that super high value out of her. And that's where I think my point lies, is Geo, just, you get him and he gets stuff done. Seer, you get her, and well, maybe in a year or two you'll be able to get her maximum efficiency out of her.
If you pulled a Seer today, you'd get value out of her. You haven't been playing for a year. She's like a cold heart. Think of her more like a cold heart. Like, this is an essential champion, right? You pull her, you pull Cold Heart. Cold Heart starts becoming solutions early. She becomes a better solution in the mid game, and she becomes a powerhouse at end game. Like, as your account snowballs, Cold Heart becomes more valuable, right? What you can do with her when you can get her to 300% crit damage, is like insane. If you get her with all the speed and all, you use her in all these different places, and she's this void rare, and you're like, holy cow, I used to think she's good, and now she's better. And I think that's more of what Seer is. I do think if you pull her really early, she can be a trap. If you pull her in the first 3 months, you're going to be like, oh, Seer, I've got a Seer. That's awesome. I'm going to build her right away. And it's like, you literally don't have the gear to empower her early, and you don't have the roster to empower her either. So it's like, she can be that trap.
Point.
She can be that trap. But you're past that point. Like, you're past the point where, like, if you pulled a Seer today and you built her, you'd be like, oh yeah, she's helpful. And I think this is the thing. When I think about essential champions, I think she's really essential to, like, quality of life in the game. And I'm not sure that he is. And maybe he is on the way up. And if you want to talk about, like, for other matchups, we talk about like progression value. Who's the harder snowballing champ? He's the harder snowballing champ. But we've also talked about perspectives, individual perspectives, and how everybody votes differently. This is an incredibly valuable champion on my account. That's a champion who's not. And I think he's overhyped. I actually think they're both overhyped, but I think he's overhyped more. And this is the fight that I keep having. And I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind being on the side of it where people are like, no, Geo's the better champion. I just want people to start thinking about the other options, right? And I honestly believe the value between these two champions is it's just different in terms of where you get it. And they're both overhyped and they're both very powerful, but they're not, like, neither one is, like, you could live without either one. But if you were living without either one at endgame, you'd rather live without Geomancer. And if you don't agree, like, if you say, no, I'd rather have Geo at endgame because he's still in all my solutions, that tells me, one, that either you just, you fall in love with champions. You pulled him early and he's been helpful and you just love him and you put him in every fight. I do the same thing with Cardiel. There are tons of teams I could probably pull Cardiel out of, and I might improve a little bit on, but I don't do it because I'm like, why? I love Cardiel. He belongs in every team. He's my best champion. So, like, that's fine. I have no problem with that, but at the same time, like, I'm here to tell you, with no Geo, I do 100% of the content in the game, with the exception of Nightmare Hydra. Like, I haven't gotten there yet, and Geo's not going to help me solve that problem. And every other problem that I've solved in the recent months, like, that I've specifically focused on at endgame, Geo didn't help me with. Like, he wouldn't help me with. He's not the right champion for that fight. And so, like, I'm trying to act as a bit of a corrective for this. If you pull him early, build him, of course. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying he's not the best epic in this game. He's not. He's not the most valuable progression epic in this game. He's not the best endgame epic in this game, and he's not the most versatile epic in this game. He is a very, very good top 10 epic. but I don't think he's any of those things. She is the best at what she does, not just out of epics, but out of every champion in the game. She is the best wave clearing champion in the game. There might be a mythic now who's on par with her or a little bit better, you know, but literally she will speed up your count more than anybody else. And if I could only have one of the two, I would take Seer. I would honestly do that. Not because he's not valuable, but because she does something that I need more than he does. And that's it. So I'm voting Seer. And I'm okay being on the wrong side of this. I'm okay with people saying, no, that's just not cool. But whatever. Like, he's a great champion. Top 10. But the fact that he's going to end up in the finals and potentially win this thing pisses me off. It does. It just makes me mad. Because it's like, if you've had the experience of never having a Geo and still solving everything, and then you pull a Geo and you're like, oh yeah, he's good. You know, like, people are like, he's crazy. I'm like, all right, whatever. Like, free-to-play life is about getting solutions to the game in creative ways. You know, like finding the solutions. And when you're doing that constantly, you realize that, you know, that one champion that everybody thinks is the, like, I constantly get the comments, I need a Geo, I can't solve this. I'm like, yes, you can. You don't need a Geo. You can solve that. By the way, there's another champion that we talked about in his bracket that can do almost everything Geo does. That's Venom Mage. So if you have a Venom Mage, just use her. Just use her instead. She's going to solve almost all of the same problems. Yeah, she doesn't have the reflect damage. She doesn't have that mitigation quite as much. She still has a 15% damage mitigation instead of 30% or 25% or whatever his is. It's really close. Yeah, he doesn't have the HP burn. She's got poisons. Poisons are actually better than HP burn. Like, you know, it's so yeah, I'm okay with being on the side of the unpopular side of the Geo argument, because I think people deserve to hear it. You know, like, if you don't have Geo, you're fine. You're fine. You have to go digging a little bit more, but I think that's a healthy thing. I think that's a healthy thing. So, by the way, I enjoy the fight, son. I like that. I like that you're fighting me on it. I like that people are fighting me on it. They should. They absolutely should. And you should try hard to convince me, because the more we talk about those different things, the more people will, like, learn about the various champions and where and when champions can be valuable. I mean, is Genbo more valuable than Rector Drath? Probably not. Probably not. But you know, like, there's a reason why I'm crazy about this champion, right? When you look at this matchup, there's a reason why I pick Genbo, not because he's necessarily the more like, when you were talking about, you know, the value of Geo in all places. This is a similar matchup to Seer versus Geo, right? You've got a champion that is valuable everywhere versus a champion who's the best at what he does. And in this particular case, I went the same way I went on the Seer Geo thing. I went with the champion that is the best at what they do. And I think that's a valid way to judge this bracket. You know, and yeah, the argument for the other side is completely reasonable and relevant. People should hear that too. But I think that this, you know, one, I love the champion, and two, literally, I do actually think he's the best epic damage dealer for Arena. Like, he's the best epic Arena nuker. People will talk about Magnar, they'll talk about Skullcrown, also very, very good champions, by the way. Genbo's better. And yes, you can use him in live arena. He's absolutely a beast in live arena. People, like, transition to, like, Rotos and, you know, Leorius and Harima and, you know, Hefrak. And you can still use Genbo against those champions and win. I use him in live arena. Whenever I remember to use him, like, I usually use Alil and Wukong. And when I remember and I use Genbo instead, like, people first of all, they never ban Genbo. Like, Wukong gets banned every once in a while. Nobody bans Genbo, right? And he just he obliterates teams. That 30% extra crit damage is insane. It's a 30% multiplier to his damage. That's all it is. It's not a 30% additional crit damage. I think that's the thing people don't understand. Like, if you had, like, 250% crit damage, it doesn't take your 250% crit damage and add 30% to that and make it 280. That's not how the buff works. That's what I used to think. And then I saw an Ash video who's like, yeah, it's just a 30% multiplier. And I'm like, that's not true. And I went in and I actually, tested it out. And I was like, holy crap, Ash was right. It's a 30% damage multiplier. That's what it does. Whatever your number was, it multiplies it by 30%. So if you're running 250% crit damage on it, it's giving you 75% additional crit damage. It's an incredibly powerful buff, right? Now, you can get that buff from other places. You can bring in a support who gives that, and you can give that to every nuker in the game, but he just walks in with it. And you can build him the 70% crit rate because he walks on the same buff. He walks in with an increased crit rate buff. He hits way harder than Magnar. It's insane how hard he hits. And the better you build him, the better the buff become, which is the sick part about it. So yeah, and he's Void Affinity, so no weak hits. And he can steal buffs too. So it's like, and he can ignore unkillable too. He's stupidly good. Like he's better than a lot of legendary arena nukers that I see people use. And I'm like, if you had a Genbo, you should switch. So, Rector Draft probably more valuable all around, but Genbo better at what he does than almost any champion in the game, honestly. Like I think like epic, and that's the same with Seer. And there are epics in this bracket that are like that who won't win, who won't go through because they're not as versatile, and we keep talking about versatility and progression and snowballing. But I think it's a reasonable, like when we have Skrank and Ferric in the Fat, we were talking about the same thing. Best HP burner in the epic rarity, best ally attack in the epic rarity. They're the best at what they do. And so I think that those champions are not going to go through. I think Deacon's going to go through. I think Geo's going to go through. Maybe the one champion who's got a chance at going through, who's just like the best at what he does and is also extremely versatile, but really is just the best at what he does, is Seeker. I could see Seeker going to the finals. This may be the best epic in the game. Right? He's incredibly versatile. He's super snowbally. If you get him early, if he's your first epic, he empowers everything. And it's like the solutions that he offers you are just as versatile as champions like Deacon and Geo. He's ugly looking. Like maybe he's not as cool looking. But he is also the best at what he does. And like Seer, I think he's the best at what he does in the entire game. Like I think she is the best wave clear epic in the entire game. I think he is the best turn meter champion in the entire game. I think he's better than Lysandra. And that's hard to say because she's amazing, right? But like when you think about PvE content, I think he's more versatile, right? Because her turn meter decrease doesn't always play. And her turn meter fill isn't on as short a cooldown. Plus his increased attack, plus his provoke. So, he's got a chance of going through. He's got a chance of beating Geo simply because he's that good and that versatile. And then again, Maneater probably fits close to that bill. He may be the best at what he does. And also pretty versatile. It's hard to say because Demitha could be the best unkillable champion. I mean, the 3-turn cooldown is kind of ridiculous, but the 1-turn duration, pulls it back into like a realm of reasonable, But 3-to-1 compositions are cool. If it didn't take so much to empower her in Clan Boss, I think people would be even higher on her. By the way, you can do an unkillable speed tune with her with only 2 additional champions. Doesn't always take 3. You can do it with I think it's Haikatune. I think it's Haikatune and Seeker. And that's all you need. You don't need Eris. You don't have to have Eris. I'm pretty sure it's a 2-to-1, not a 3-to-1. But it still works. So. Or it might require Painkeeper too. I'm not sure. So maybe it does take 3 champions. Anyway. All right, that was fun. I haven't looked at chat in like half an hour, and I'm sure everybody's like screaming. Everybody's like, "No, I don't agree with any of this." All right, let's get out of here. But everybody should go vote. Go vote the other way, just to correct for me. Like, just go and. All right. You used Magnar versus Gembo and you wrecked him. That's a team comp thing. Like, any nuker will beat any other nuker. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me. You smoke Genbo with Neldor. You can beat any nuker with any other nuker. You could beat any nuker with your starter, your starter champion. I've smoked both Magnar and Genbo with Athel. Like, that doesn't mean they're not strong, right? It's what they allow your team to do. You get no free revivers up until Arbiter. That's why I give that to Rector. Silence, that's a good call. I like that. Getting a reviver early is good. Of course, there are a lot of revivers, right? There are tons of revivers. I have Melga. She's a good reviver. In fact, arguably, she's a better reviver than Rector Drath, right? Because she revives 2 target champions. They're random, but 2. Yeah, and Solo the Drake is a free reviver as well. Solo the Drake. Manual beats auto. That's a good rule, Medusa. I agree with that. Ikire, I think Colred has a lot of bias overall, great for entertainment. I feel like my bias is a corrective. I feel like there's a distortion in the perception of certain champions. And I think one of the reasons on my channel there's a huge distortion is because it's a meme. And as much as like I enjoy the meme, like when we get down to serious discussions, I think I need to correct for that meme. You know, like you can poke me, I don't care. That's fun. But realistically, here's something that like there's a debate that happens amongst the gamers, and it happens in every game I've ever been in, and it will always happen. I don't think it will ever go away. And you've experienced this like form of debate. Someone will say somebody is like some approach is good for solving a problem, and another player will say it's not. And the person who says it's not is always wrong. Right? Like if you've had experience in doing something in a particular way, then you're right. You're speaking facts. The person who's on the other side of it is speaking opinion, and facts are always more valuable than opinion, right? Like the fact is, I have solved everything in the game without Geo, and I solved it well. And now if I try to solve it with Geo, like Geo's solutions aren't better. That's a fact. That's not an opinion, you know? So, oh boy. Oh boy. We got 5 gifted subs. Here it comes. There we go.
Jeremy Knight became a member.
All right. Uncle Dan, thank you very much.
Thank you kindly. We appreciate it.
Stuart
awesome.
Ridley became a member.
We're going to go through all of them, I think.
Yeah.
Uncle Dan became a member. Kirk Lampler became a member.
That's funny, man. They just the 15-second pause in between is what it feels like.
Saws 3657 became a member.
That's awesome. Uncle Dan, thank you so much. Sauce, welcome. Kirk, welcome. Uncle Dan, welcome. Stuart, welcome. And Jeremy, welcome. It's good to have everybody. That was very cool. That was very cool. I think we've had 1 or 2 gifted subs before, but that was really nice to see, 5 come out. Uncle Dan says, Colred is a refreshingly a think outside the box player. He doesn't judge on hearsay alone. I appreciate that. I try to go for that, and we have another meme about boxes and boxes on this channel, and that's partially where that comes from. And again, it's I don't mind being wrong as long as the debate is valuable. I don't mind being, playing devil's advocate for the benefit of the viewers. So Tom says, Colred, suppose you're starting out raid day 1 free to play. You had to choose between Geomancer and Seer. Who are you going for? Honestly, Geomancer every time. Absolutely. On day 1, if I could pull one of those 2 champions, Geomancer. Right? But if you told me I could only have one of them ever,
Biggest but.
if I could only have one of them ever, I would take Seer. You know, so it's like if I got one of them at early game, but I could only have that champion and not the other one for the duration of my account, in that case, I would pick Seer. But it's a good, you're right. That's the difference, right? Geo will snowball your account way, way harder. Way harder. It's not even close.
That's the point I was trying to make. And
it's not even close.
That's, for the vast majority of people, a good value.
In most cases, I will say that that's true. And I think that if that's what you're talking about, if you're talking about snowball champions, I think honestly there are only 2 or 3 champions in the entire rarity that could match Geo for snowball power. Right? If you're just talking about like if this is the epic you started with, I think Deacon Armstrong is at least as snowbally as Geomancer. People don't think that that's true because Deacon isn't like a solution to some things that Geo is, but Deacon is actually, I think he's the most versatile epic in the game. I think he's the most versatile epic in the game, and not only that, but he does some things that nobody does. He does some things that nobody does. The thing about, and I'll pull this up. So this is, I've talked about this before on the channel, but I think it's worth talking about frequently. That I don't think people really realize about Deacon Armstrong. I'm going to go ahead and talk about this for a second because he's my favorite epic. I want people to see this. All right, this is really important. He has a turn meter fill. Okay, okay. I got to take Sun off the screen again. Sorry about that, Sun. So he has a turn meter fill. Forget about the turn meter decrease, but he has a turn meter fill. It's 15%. He gets an extra turn on this mechanic, right? Which means even though it's a 3-turn cooldown, he's getting an extra turn. It's a 2-turn cooldown. It's effectively a 2-turn cooldown. If you count his 2 turns as 1 turn, this comes up on a 2-turn cooldown. That's like Seeker level power of turn meter fill. It's not the same, it's not to the same extent, right? Like it's not 30%, but it's on a 2-turn cooldown. And then here's the other thing. On that extra turn, you have an AoE 100% decrease defense. He is the only champion in the game at any rarity. He's the only champion in the game at any rarity who can give you turn meter fill and a 100% drop defense on the same turn. It takes an extra turn mechanic, so you might say, oh, it's not technically the same turn. It can be interrupted by certain passives in certain scenarios, right? Like, it's possible to push his turn meter back and mess him up, or like interrupt it, I guess. You can't push his turn meter back and mess it up because it's an extra turn, but you can interrupt. But he's the only champion in the entire game that does this. There is nobody else. There's nobody else in the game who gives you turn meter fill and 100% drop defense on the same turn. No legendary does it. No mythic does it. At least none of the first mythics. I haven't checked the new mythics, so maybe one of the new mythics does it. But now think about how this plays out. Forget about all the other areas. It's great everywhere. It's great in wave content. It's insanely powerful in wave content, especially because of this turn meter decrease. In addition, you're building him with accuracy anyway because of the drop defense. That means the leech is always going to land. That means the turn meter decrease is always going to land. If the drop defense can land, everything else can land. Right? Like he's not void affinity, but neither is Geo. Like the value doesn't come from the affinity. But now, oh yeah, and a speed aura, right? Like, yeah, it's a speed aura you can get from High Katoon, but why run High Katoon if you don't have to, right? Why build that champion if you don't have to? She could be good. I'm not saying she shouldn't be used, but I'm saying, day 1 you can get this guy with the starter code. You have to wait till 30 days to have High Katoon. So now let's think about how that gets utilized. I'm going to show you my arena team. Whoops. I'm on the wrong account. I'm on the wrong account. Okay. But I'm still going to show you my arena team. So we'll go up here. Doesn't matter. Okay, so here's the thing. Deacon gives you turn meter fill and drop defense. If you have Arbiter or Gorgorab or Ilfrig or Seeker or Old Hermit Jorg, you've got turn meter fill and increase attack. Right? So when you think about your go first teams, what do you want? You want a speed aura, you want to increase attack, you want to decrease defense, and you want to nuke. Those are the 4 things that you need, right? Oh, and you need 2 turn meter fills. You need 6 things. He gives you 3 of those things. He gives you 1 of the turn meter fills, he gives you a speed aura, and he gives you a drop defense. Now you can get a better speed aura, so you eventually move him out of that spot, like when you get Arbiter, right? Or Gorgorab. If you got Gorgorab, you'd put him in that lead. You could also put Skullcrown in that lead if you got a Skullcrown and that was your arena nuker. But so he does 3 of the 6 jobs that you need on the team, which means now, because you have him, you only need 1 champion for each of the other jobs. Right? You could have a pure turn meter filler like Apothecary. He doesn't bring anything else but turn meter fill, but that's okay. You can now use Apothecary and not be missing any of the 6 roles. He literally only needs to bring 1 thing, turn meter fill. Right? Now you need a drop defense. So now you can put in, let's see if I have her. You can put in a War Maiden. She doesn't bring anything but drop defense, but that's all you need. And now you can bring in a starter champion, who is your nuker. Each of these 3 champions does 1 job. You need 6 jobs done, and Deacon's doing 3 of them. Gorgorab does 3. Deacon does 3. Right? Eolfrig does 3, but not as well. There are very, very few champions that do 3 of the 6 jobs that you need, and he's the only one of them, the only one who brings drop defense. So here's the next thing. Now let's say you get to endgame, right? Now let's say, or not endgame, but you get deeper into the game. What can you bring here? Like, instead of having everybody do 1 job, imagine you have another champion that does 2 jobs. Now you can do 6 jobs with 3 champions, right? You get 3 out of Deacon. And let's say you get Arbiter. Arbiter also brings 3, but I don't have anybody who can stand in for Arbiter right now. So let's say here I'm just putting a legendary in the lead spot. So now Arbiter would be doing 3 jobs. She's got a better speed aura, she's got a better turn meter fill, and she's got an increased attack. So now you've got, between these 2 champions, you've got 5 of your 6 jobs covered, right? You've got speed aura, turn meter 1, turn meter 2, increase attack, decrease defense. That's 5 of the 6 jobs done with 2 champions. Now your nuker is the 6th job. That's my nuker right there. That means I have a spot left for anything else I want to do. I could bring in a second nuker. I could bring in a buff stripper. I could bring in a CC champion. I could bring in a 3rd turn meter increaser. I could bring in, a defensive base champion, another reviver. I could bring in Mithrala or somebody like that. Deacon allows you a free spot. Most people, when they have Arbiter, they'll have a drop defense champion, maybe somebody like Madame Saris. But then either you're running without a second turn meter filler, or you're using a second turn meter filler and you're not getting like all of, you're getting all of the jobs done by 4 champions instead of 3, and you don't have this additional flexibility to bring in an extra spot. He's the only one that does that in the whole game. Not just epics. He's the only champion that does this. I don't understand why he isn't instantaneous. Like, he should be your starter code. He should be your starter code every time. Right? Like, why would you pick anybody else? And if you get him from a shard, like I did on this account, like, build him to 6 stars today. If you want to live in gold 5, he's better than any arena nuker, because any arena nuker will get you to gold 5. Right? Like, yes, Genbo, I love Genbo, and he's the best of them, but I can get to gold 5 with Deacon and a starter champion. That's literally all. If I have these 2 champions, I'm gold 5. Like in the first 90 days of my account, I'm gold 5. I put in High Katoon here, and then whoever else I want. You know, I'll get an increased attack champion. I'll get somebody that gives me increased attack. Oh, Old Hermit Jorg is fine. Runekeeper Dazdirk is awesome. Right? If I got this is what I did on my Noob versus Pro. This is what I had. I had Runekeeper Dazdirk and Deacon Armstrong, and I used my starter champion. And I think I used Wukong. I used Wukong and my starter champion, and that's how I got to gold 5. You know, and then talk about every single wave content. AoE drop defense. Every AoE content. AoE decreased turn meter. Every boss fight decreased turn meter, drop defense, and a leech. Every single fight. Clan boss, yeah, empowers all sorts of stuff. Like he's the best. He's the best champion. He's the best epic champion in the game. I don't. If he loses to Geomancer, I'm going to be incredibly upset. I'm going to be incredibly upset. I don't even think it's that close. I don't even think it's that close. And people say all the time, they're like, he's not usable at endgame. Deacon's not usable at endgame. He's an early game champion. No, he's not. He solves Dark Fae hard mode. Hard mode floor 120 Dark Fae he solves. Right? He's obviously going to be in your faction Crips team. He works in Centranos in a whole bunch of places. And if you have a Ultra Nightmare unkillable clan boss team that features him, then he's featured at endgame. I also use him in Hydra. He's 100% AoE drop defense plus turn meter fill. So yeah, he's not on my Nightmare Hydra team, but he's probably on my hard Hydra team. And he's still in my gold 5 arena team. I will never take him out. I will never take him out. And I use him in live arena. I still use him in live arena. If you don't have Lysandra, Deacon is the best way to beat Fae. He's easily the most accessible Dark Fae solution. You know, like, yes, you need a nuker, but there are 50 nukers who'll do the job. You know, it's like, but Deacon, boom, just starts you the right way, right? It's like, yeah, also, by the way, you can use Arbiter there. She's great too. Yeah. He is a Lego. He's a Lego. MTG Jedi says, can't choose the same starter Pokemon every time, bro. That's fine. By the way, welcome MTG Jedi. You and I have to talk. We got to get together, do another collab. We've got the third round coming up. I need you, buddy. I need you. You got to be my analyst. I've been so busy. I haven't reached out. I apologize. But hopefully in the next 48 hours, you and I can get together maybe, if you have time. If not, I understand. It's, not your fault that I'm bad at scheduling. But yeah, Deacon is, I think he's the best epic in the game. And if you're talking about snowbally champs, I think he's the best snowbally champ in the game. If you're talking about versatile champions, I think he's the best, most versatile epic in the game. And if you're talking about endgame, I think he's viable at endgame in probably 20 to 30% of the content, which is really solid for an epic. You know, he's not an endgame focused champion. But who cares? Who cares? He's still usable. He's still usable. All right, MTG, I will absolutely hit you up after the stream. Yeah, so I've been lobbying today. Sorry about that. I should be seeing soapboxes everywhere. I'm getting the deep dwarf squats, which I appreciate because that's cool.
Amen.
Yeah. Kirk says something about Geo still wins. Yeah, Geo could win it. And honestly, this is when I pitched this to Sun, I was like, all right, Sun, I think this is what we're gonna do. And he's like, oh, what the hell is that? He's like, what is that? March Madness? I don't, I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be cool. But when I pitched the idea, I already had in my head that Geo might win this thing. And I'm like, all right, if that's what happens, that's what happens. People love the champion, and he's incredibly powerful. And if he wins, he wins. But I don't actually care who wins. I don't really care who wins. I think Deacon should win. But if Godseeker wins, great. You know, if I don't know, if Demitha wins, great. You know, it's going to be a very popular champion who wins. It's not just going to be a good champion. It's going to be a champion people love. And people love Geo. And that's fine. That's the way it should work, you know? But the debate is so much fun. It's so worthwhile, too. It's so much fun. This is why I was just psyched to do a March Madness thing, which is like, you know, MTG knows what I'm talking about. It's like 90% of the fun is the fight. You know, it's the water cooler banter, right? It's just like getting with your buddies and screaming at each other. It's like, no, Geo sucks. I hate him. You know, and then somebody's like, you're wrong. You said the other thing on the other thing. I'm like, all right, well, that's fine, but I still don't agree. You know, it's like, that's the fun. That's the fun about it. And that's also the value in it. Because like March Madness, the value in it is just the excitement. But here we could actually also educate people, you know, which is really cool. Kirk, you were watching MTG and now you're watching me. That's very cool. I will say this, MTG, I don't know if you're still there, but man, I do enjoy your shard pull live streams. Those are really fun. Like it never occurred to me to do that. And like, I kind of want to do it now because I've seen you do it. I'm like, that's fun. But I also don't want to just like, like do it the same day you do it. You know, like I know that I've seen HH do it. And he and his wife get together and they have like a contest. And that's also really fun, you know. But it just never occurred to me to do that. And then I watched your stream and I was like, that's a really fun idea for a live stream. All right, so I want to actually play my game a little bit. Yeah, it just seems like a lot of fun. I mean, it's low impact, right? In terms of like, you're not teaching anybody anything. Like you don't have to like have a lot of knowledge base. You know, like you can pull fun, and you're just kind of. But everybody's excited. They want to see other people pull well. We do in our Discord community. We have a channel, and a lot of people have adopted the tradition of pulling their shards live. Like they stream in the Discord for each other, and then everybody screams and yells when people hit good things. You know, it's really fun. And so this is just sort of like a bigger. Like your live stream is like a bigger version of that. It's your whole community gets together and just, you know, enjoys watching everybody's successes or commiserating on their losses, you know, which is great. What's going to be the theme for April Madness? There's no April Madness. There's no April Madness. This video series has been so taxing. Sun has been working his butt off, you know, and it's like the first few rounds for me were really the setup for me was hard. I was really investing a lot of time to get this whole thing set up. But since the first round, it's just been more about scheduling and maintaining. But he's actually got to do the edits. And the last video with Jay Giggs was over an hour long, and he was editing for like 8 hours. It was a really long edit. So he's been kicking butt on it. It's awesome. I love all the new transitions. We've got all the new art assets. I think it looks like a March Madness, you know, like show, like analysis show. It's great. But honestly, if we had to do another one in April, I think we'd both quit YouTube. We'd just be like, screw this. No. Yeah. So I think, you know, what do you think? Like maybe in like 6 months we could do another one.
Yeah, maybe next year we could do another one.
Yeah.
For March Madness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of fun, but yeah, I mean there's just a lot of time involved, and you know everything goes into that, and then there just isn't anything left for anything else.
Yeah.
So there's no improvement or other things that can happen when we're that heavily invested in one thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to have those projects that really, you know, kind of step it up to the next level. But it also, you know, there are other things that need to be done. You know, when it comes to running a YouTube channel, we have other videos that we have to produce for other reasons, and you know, we don't want to fall behind on that. So
Yeah, and I think that one of the things, in addition to what you were just saying there, which is like so tough, is we've kind of committed to doing a Monday, like weekly planning video. So we want to do that every Monday. We have the HH Challenge account. We want to update people on that. Obviously, everybody loves shard pull videos, and these are like regularly occurring things. So it's like even trying to fit
member videos, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
right, and then also like our Takeover Tuesdays and all that. So there are like the schedule's already pretty packed. And then we were trying to do this on, I should have taken my champions out. And then we were trying to do this on top of that. And it's like, we had to find space. So that means no more guide videos. Like, no more, like I did a Sand Devil's Necropolis video last month that was really, people really have been using a lot and talking about. It's like, okay, that's great. It's like, I don't have the time to even theory craft that, like I don't. So it's not even like doing a guide video, but it's like, can I do research on new champions? Like we have a fusion event, a Titan event, a Heroes Path event. Can I even cover those? So it takes up space in the daily, kind of schedule that we can't get back. And that's fine for 1 month. Like we can do that for 1 month because it's its own thing. I don't know that next year it'll actually be in March, because that's the anniversary month for Raid. And so they're doing so much in March that it actually ended up being a bad month for us to do this. We did it in March because it's March Madness in the United States. That's why we did it. But next year we might wait until April. Because it's a bad month in game for you to not be doing in-game content, to be doing additional like content. I think it's a great idea. I've really had fun doing it. I think we both have. But it's a lot of work, and it takes away from the other things that we can do.
Raid Madness can be anytime, but only once a year.
Only once a year. Although I have an idea for another kind of, I wouldn't call it Raid Madness. It's not this thing, but it's given me ideas about like, how can we use the bracket maker to our advantage in other content? How can we create our own events? When you think about like HH creating this free to play challenge event, when you think about like sort of the like content creator Olympics that Deadwood Jedi has done, and the competitions there with the clan boss and Hydra and stuff like that. Like, I think it's cool when content creators get creative and generate unique content that can't be replicated or isn't part of the game itself. I mean, the whole thing about the bracket here is that we made it, right? Like, it's an idea that we came up with, and we're executing it, and it's happening here on our channel, and it's not really in game anywhere. So, it's specific to our channel, which is, I think it's both cool for us, like, to have some kind of identity to what we do, as opposed to just being, the same as everybody else, just doing what everybody else is doing. Which is what I was just talking about with MTG. It's like, his shard pull like live stream is really fun. If you haven't checked it out, you should, by the way. MTG, I don't know, do you do it every Saturday, or is it on Fridays? I think it was on Friday last week. But like, go check that out because it's fun. But simultaneously, like, if I were doing that and he's doing that, now we're just splitting, we're just splitting the audience. I don't know that people want to watch a 3-hour live stream on his channel and then come watch a 3-hour live stream on my channel doing the exact same thing. So I like the idea of bringing new original content to the community. And I think we could do another event per year. I think we could do 2 events per year like that. I think that would be possible, depending on how much time and effort went into the execution of it and when it happened in game, So every Friday MTG does it. Yeah, so go check him out on Fridays, but also watch out for the other streams. I got to say, I really enjoyed the last one that I caught. I think I watched it for about 2 hours before I had to go do something, but I was just like, this is just fun. This is just really fun. And like, the chat is really fun. That was one of the things too. And MTG is very good at interacting with the chat. He's much better than I am. So if you want a more interactive experience, like, yeah, he's really, his live streams are fun. Eric says, if you ever do one for Legos, you should have a bunch of content creators rank their top 64 and then give points for based on their ranking, like they do for power rankings on sports websites. Yeah, so that's one of the ideas. The reason I didn't do that this time around is because I'm still relatively new and not all the content creators know me, and they're all busy with the HH challenge right now. So I reached out to the ones that I had direct contact with. I had already done a collab with MTG and JGig, so I reached out there. I'm on YST's team for the Hell Hades challenge, so I reached out there. And then I just have never done a collab with HH, and I wanted to do one with him. I was hoping that he would be interested in the idea. And it's like, I didn't want to just pitch him like, yeah, let's just do the same thing that, you know, like a nothing video. I wanted to give him a reason to be interested. And he was really positive right away. He was like, cool idea, I'm in.
Yeah.
You know, so there was no question. Like he said yes instantly, which was very cool. And I thought he was really good. I thought he was really good on the channel too. So those were the 4 that I went with. But maybe in the future we'll do more. And by the way, I'll say this as a general statement. I don't know, MTG, you could back me up on this. At least for the content creators that I've met and worked with in the raid scene, they're all the exact same people that you get on screen. Like if you watch their live streams, that's who they are. That's who they talk the same way. They act the same way. There isn't like a different personality behind the scene. We all are performative in some sense. Like, you know, you have to increase your energy level or the pace that you speak at, or you're a little bit more jokey or something. But in reality, like they're all those exact people. It's a really genuine group of people. So, you know, when I've had the kind of pleasure to sit after recording a video and talk to somebody for 15-20 minutes like MTG, you know, just being like, oh yeah, you know, like he's a new dad, you know, I'm going to be a new dad. So we talked about that a little bit, you know, for a minute, but it's like, he's the exact same guy you see on screen.
Yeah.
And I think that's true of everybody we've met so far, you know. I shouldn't say you're a new dad, MTG, but you have a toddler, or I don't know. You have a child under the age of 1, I believe, correct? So yeah. And yeah, so that's been cool. And honestly, also with the Team Shadowverse. So Team Shadowverse is my team for the HH Challenge account. Those guys are great. Those guys have been really great. I didn't know any of the other ones except for YST. But they're doing great.
Yeah, YST cracked me up when I talked to him a little bit.
Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Booger, happy St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
Kirk says it's been way up there in terms of quality. There's a lot of Raid Shadow Legends content, and I look out for yours. Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I did want to show off the challenge account here, but let's take a look at Sun's. Let's take a look at Sun's account because we haven't really. This would be a good noob versus pro catch up. Like we really, because of Raid Madness, we haven't really shown off your account in a while, and you've actually made a lot of progress. You've picked up a lot of new champions, including your first ever Void Legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I haven't really made much overall account progress, I would say. With Raid Madness, I log in, I do my dailies, and I kind of get my grind, you know, I get it all going, and then I can't look at it again. But champion-wise, I mean, it feels like legendaries have been rolling in, comparatively to where we were. We'll do a quick peek. Some eagle eyes might spot it right away. We've got Vizier, Garrig, got the Rosin. I was Shemneth, but the big pick, the Warlord. And with the Armand's fusion, I'm gonna be that guy. That guy that nobody likes in live arena. That's all the lockout champions.
You know, we were talking about this because it's like you pulled this champion. Yeah, you pulled this champion, and I was like excited for the lockout. I was like, oh, this is a great arena champion. He's actually usable in a lot of content. You can use him in wave content.
Yeah.
And you got the same reaction from the lobby we were just talking about. You pulled him in the Discord. You were live streaming it, and people were really happy about it. And then you and I were talking, and we're like, oh, Armand's is actually a better lockout champion. And so then we were kind of like, oh, yeah, maybe Warlord's not that great then for your account because you're going to get the Armands. And then we started thinking, but that means for Live Arena, you're going to have one or the other. They can't ban them both. And it's just like, oh my God, that's going to be so annoying.
That's going to be brutal.
So yeah, I think realistically, you're going to be a Live Arena menace from now on. And I still think he's worth building. You know, I would prioritize Armands, I think, over Warlord, but you're going to want to get them both built.
Yeah, I'm going to get them both built. Yeah, I mean, he's already 60. And I mean, outside of that, I think for the most part, it's still fairly similar. We did pull in Ugo, so that's going to be great. That's going to be going for my Hydra team. I finally got Rector, so that's going to be great. Going to go to my Hydra team. Yeah, so I mean, we've got a lot of new contenders in the roster. But overall, like total account progress, not really too much. Nothing really has changed for any of the dungeons. Still like kind of pushing hard. Hand Devils, Shoguns, don't even look at them. Doom Tower, I've completed normal. I've got to a point where I can complete normal consistently. But hard, especially Bommel, that's a struggle. Yeah. And Centranos as well. Even though I'm getting more champions, I'm still getting locked out. A lot of times what happens is I just get to a place like this, and I need an HP burn champion or block revive, and I just don't have that in the available champions. So, yeah, get locked out and can't progress anymore. But yeah, it's exciting. I think probably the biggest change that happened in my account is 2-keying Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss consistently. But that's not due to me changing anything in my team. Absolutely nothing has changed. I've just changed the timing of when I use my keys. And that made the difference. So I used to always just get up and do my Ultra Nightmare keys. But for some reason, Void is my worst affinity. I think that's the opposite problem for everybody else.
No, it's the same on my challenge account. Void is the worst affinity.
Is it? Yeah. Void is my worst affinity. Every other affinity, I do over 35 million on average. So then I can 2-key it. So instead, what I do is I get up, I do my Nightmare and my Brutal, and I wait till the end of the evening. And then once the clan boss has an affinity, I can run Ultra Nightmare, 2-key it. And that's been really consistent. And we've been downing it in Team Sun, so double chests, double rewards, getting the sacreds, getting the voids. Still haven't pulled a cold heart, but one of these days. It's been good progress.
Yeah, it's been good progress. And this, you've entered into, you're firmly in the mid game now where it's like every day's a grind. And you're roster building and you're making incremental progress in different areas. But
yeah, exactly.
But you're going to complete this Armand's fusion. And now this is the second fusion you've completed or the third?
Well, I have Zenogre.
Yeah, you did Zenogre. Did you do anybody else?
Zenogre.
A lot of people say Zenogre. It drives me nuts.
I know. It's what you say it one way the first time. Now it's stuck. So yeah. Yeah, I think is that actually the first fusion that I did. I think so.
And
I skipped the last.
You skipped White Queen.
The Ancora.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought I didn't have the shards for it. I think in hindsight I probably could have done it.
But then would you have been able to do Armands?
Potentially not.
Yeah. So I think you're in that spot in the mid game, which is a really nice place to be in, where you could probably do like maybe every other fusion. And that's going to be incredibly powerful because not only are you getting more shards so that you're going to be pulling more shards, that's great. And you're going to be getting more books from the Ultra Nightmare chest and stuff like that. And that's going to be great. But now you can just pick your fusions and be like, oh, I need this on my roster. That's the great thing about fusions. That's really the power of the fusions. it's not how good the champion is. It's that you know who the champion is and you can decide if they're going to be helpful or not. You know, it's like
Yeah.
for some people you might look at, you know, a particular champion and be like, "Oh, well this is only like a B tier champion." But somebody might look at that champion and be like, "That's exactly what I'm missing."
For my account, that's an A plus.
Right, exactly.
S plus champion. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and I think now that we're also downing Ultra Nightmare consistently, I think I have a better chance at potentially doing every fusion. I think I really went through an unlucky streak there where for like 3 months, was it quite 3 months? Maybe not exactly 3 months, but like it was probably at least close to 2 months where I didn't get a single Sacred Shard from Ultra Nightmare. I mean, I was only getting one chest a day, but man, that like, if you're just not getting any shards, you can't do any of the summoning events,
yeah.
and you're just locked out of that stuff. So I think I just got really, really, really unlucky. And then, that time passed, and all of a sudden I had like 8 or 9 of them flow in the matter of 2 weeks.
Yeah, there are definitely
Oh yeah, that kind of locked me out of Ancora.
there are hot streaks on the RNG. Like that happens. There was just a few weeks ago, I remember I pulled three sacred shards in one day. So I got a sacred shard from Nightmare, and I got a sacred shard from both of my Ultra Nightmare chests. And this was just after I had done a whole bunch of sacred shard pulls for maybe the last fusion or something like that. So it was maybe a month ago. And it was literally like I got all the way down to like 1 sacred shard, and all of a sudden I was right back to 4. And I'm like, I could do another event today because 4 is all you need. You know, it's like I could. And it only took 1 day to get that back. And it's like, that doesn't happen very often. That's probably the first time that's happened to me in the game in 2.5 years. But you do have hot streaks. You know, you have periods where you get more shards and you have periods where you get less shards. But overall, in the long run, clearing Ultra Nightmare and getting 2 of those chests each day means you can clear 100% of the fusion events. Like once you get rolling, you can do every single fusion event if you wanted to. And that's no longer the bottleneck. The bottleneck might actually be like silver or something, or energy, you know, as opposed to shard. Now that doesn't mean that you have to do that, because I didn't do that for a long time. For the first almost 2 years of my account, I didn't do like back-to-back fusions. I didn't do that. The first time I actually did 3 fusions in a row was after we started the YouTube channel. Because I felt like I needed to do it for content. And then I realized I could have been doing it. But it's also just exhausting, right? It's like tiring to do back-to-back fusions. Especially now that it's like fusion, then Titan event, then fusion, then Titan event, then fusion. Then it's like, so it's not even like, yeah, it's not even like you get the 2 weeks off in between that you used to get. Now you have no time off. I mean, just today, right? Just today they announced the Hero's Path and the next Titan event. So we should actually probably talk about this. Yeah, sorry. Somebody asked me a question about whether or not this guaranteed champion is worth going for, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But if you go to the news, right, we've got 2 things coming on. We've got the Path of the Clover, and this is the new champion. So this starts tomorrow. It'll actually start, I guess technically, does it start tonight? I don't know. Monday, March 18th, 9 UTC. So we're -4 UTC. So it'll be 5 a.m. Monday, I guess. So for this event, you have to pull souls from soul stones, and you need to pull champions from shards. So it's another shard pulling event. The rewards that you earn from this event include legendary Sylvan Watcher's champion, as well as his 5-star perfect soul, and an in-game avatar. So if you want this champion, you have this champion potentially. You've got the 5-star perfect soul potentially, and then, you know, the fragments for the fusion if you need them. Now, this is something people are going to invest in, but again, it's shards. You know, so if you're a free-to-play player, you've just done the Armand's fusion, you know. So now what people are starting to mention in my fusion, like in comments of my fusion planning videos, is like, if they're going to do this, you actually probably want to skip the summon rush at the beginning of the fusion event. right? Because if you skip the summon rush, you can still do the champion chase with like fragment champions and stuff like that and get more points there and use a few shards there if you need to. And then save your shards for the path event, because the path event will not only complete your fusion, but potentially it has better rewards than the summon rush does. So this is something that we have to start looking at, like moving forward. The problem with this is that the hero's path, at least the last 2 times they've done it, are at the end of the fusion event. So this time, at least, they announced what the requirements were. They told us that it was going to be soul stones and shards, but they didn't tell us the reward.
Yeah.
And we had to speculate. We all kind of figured that it was going to be a champion, and we thought it was probably going to be the St. Patrick's Day champion because of the timing. But we won't always have that timing to tell us. So it's the kind of thing where it's like they're still leaving us in the dark in the hopes that we actually spend on all 3 shard events as opposed to, picking 2 out of the 3. But so this will change our fusion planning moving forward. And so that's something to consider. Now, in addition to this, they're doing the Festival Titan event where you can get a 5-star soul for Armand's the Magnificent. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I read this wrong. Perfect and split souls for Armand's the Magnificent will be among the milestone rewards. If you're lucky enough to find a 6-star perfect soul for a champion, you can fully awaken them in a single step. However, split souls are used to awaken champions. For example, if you find a 5-star split soul. Okay, so they're not actually telling us what level of soul you can get. So based on the last Titan event that we had was a 4-star soul, right? That was the one for Rathalos. So it could be another Rathalos type event where it's a 4-star soul. We've also, for Zinogre, we had a 5-star soul path.
Got him.
Right? Or Titan event. So it could be a 5-star, but that would mean that we are simultaneously doing a Path of Clover for a 5-star, plus we're doing a Titan event for a 5-star. And this also starts tomorrow. So it's like we're going to be having the Titan event, the Fusion event, and the Path of Clover event all happening simultaneously. The Path of Clover is folded into the Fusion event. The Titan event synergizes with the Fusion event. It's like this is where you can't take a break anymore. Like, because if you can get a 4-star soul, if it's a 5-star soul, that's insane. Because he's going to be one of the top 5 most powerful champions in the game, and you're going to have a 5-star soul for him on like so many players. So they're just like ramping up the power creep. They're just like, let's just put out OP champ after OP champ after OP champ. And by the way, when we look at Patrick, when we look at Patrick, he's OP too. So yeah, you can always just pull mystery shards for summon rush. That's 2 Jeremy Knight. But it's a lot. It's a lot to pull those shards. And sometimes people don't have enough. Yeah, and Silence, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like you can only get this guy if you've been able to save shards or if you're willing to spend for shards. And souls, and stones rather.
Yep.
So now let's look at the I don't know if is he actually in the champion? He might launch tomorrow. We'll have to see. Let's see if I think he's currently in the game. I guess he's not. No, there he is. He is. Okay. So now the question is, how good is this guy? He has weird stats to start off. He's got 1200 attack and 1200 defense and just under 18,000 HP. He is a support, right? So let's see what he does his damage on. Attack. Does he only have one? He only has 1 attack ability. Okay, and it's attack. So 1200 attack is a high number for a support to have. He only has 1 ability, but it might hit decently hard. That's a bit of a weird number. It might not even matter that it's that high. Like he might be as valuable as if he had a 900 attack, which is like more consistent, or like 1000 attack, which is what you see for legendary supports. The defense is good, but not phenomenal. The HP is good, but not phenomenal. It's not even good, really. It's average. So I would say he's decently tanky. The speed is very good. The speed at 112 is good, and he does come with 40 resist, which isn't bad. So stat-wise, I would say a little bit unusual stat distribution, but certainly respectable for the job he's likely to be doing. Okay, so no huge benefits to the stats, no huge holes in the stats. The one thing that's really nice is probably the speed, and everything else is just whatever. Okay, so now he has the same A1 as the White Queen does. And this is really weird that they released two champions with the same skill, with the same A1 back-to-back. So attacks one enemy, has a 50% chance when booked of decreasing the cooldown of a random ally's active skill by 2 turns. Now, I think this is a valuable A1. I think it enables some really interesting theory crafting, kind of the way like White Dryad Naya's cooldown reduction enabled some interesting theory crafting. This is going to be easier to use than White Dryad Naya's, but it is random, so it's less controllable. So like it's more reliable. I don't even know if you call it more reliable. It's different, right? There's RNG involved here, but it also happens more frequently. So potentially there could be some really cool theory crafting with this ability. The fact that you can have players who are going to have White Queen and Patrick, Patty, we could call him Patty. The fact that you're going to have Patty and you're going to have White Queen and Cora both with these on the A1 enables weird potential theory crafting. Like you could have a 3 champion team where you just will fire like the 3rd champion's most powerful skill every single turn. You know, this is a 50% chance. That's a 50% chance. You maybe even get like counterattacks in somehow, and then you get more chances. And then literally, like, imagine putting these 2 in a team with Valkyrie. Like she would be able to fire her counterattack every turn. You'd have 100% uptime on it. You know, which is, and it hits like, right. Her, that's an AoE nuke for her. Like it hits decently hard. But they also do other things, you know. I'm just saying, like, there's weird potential there. There's going to be some fun comps that come out of this. Swambi, I'm a bit behind, but the strategy you said for fusion, skipping the summon rush and doing the path is the one I am doing for the first time. I think I will do that from now on. Yeah, you have to judge that each and every time, Swamp, because I don't know if they're going to mess with that moving forward. You know, we'll have to see. Hey, Pumpkin, good to see you. So yeah, now he has the A2, which is an ally attack. It's a good ally attack. It is all allies. That's what you want. That's going to give you the maximum potential in places like Hydra and, you know, Doom Tower. Whereas, you know, some of the older ally attackers don't have all allies. So this is on par with Cardiel and Lady Mikage and Lenatharil. Like that, those are the champions that have the all allies. However, this is a weirdly supportive one. Fully restores all allies destroyed max HP and places a continuous heal on all allies for 2 turns. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, which is typical. So it's a good ally attack, but it doesn't boost damage in any way. No increased crit rate, increased crit damage, or increased attack. Nothing like that. So it's weird. It's like it's kind of a heal in an ally attack, but still highly usable. I love ally attack. He's gonna be one of the better ally attack champions as soon as, you know, you have him. He's just great for that. So potentially hard mode Fire Knight, maybe, especially with his speed, right? It's going to be really easy to build him for a hard mode Fire Knight. Plus, think about how cool this A1 is when you're using an ally attack. That means that when you use your A1, you have this chance of reducing the cooldowns. Then when you use the A2, he actually attacks with his A1, so you have more chances. Again, use him with White Queen and Cora, so he can use his A1. He can use this. They can both use their A1. Like they could potentially cool down his ally attack. You know, like, it's gonna be crazy. All right, now he's got a turn meter fill. 20% of all allies is nice. It's not a huge amount, but it's a solid amount. And then it's a cleanse, and then an increased speed buff. So as like an all-around skill, this is very powerful. Sometimes you'll use it for the cleanse, sometimes you'll use it for the speed, sometimes you'll use it for the turn meter fill and the speed. Like, highly usable, 3-turn cooldown. 3-turn cooldown cleanse is nice. It doesn't have a block debuff buff, which is really powerful from like Pythion, that kind of thing, or Elva. Like, those are better, probably. This is a little bit more similar to Elva, but with more of a focus on turn meter, like getting you going, because it's increased speed and 20% turn meter fill. So it's a very nice skill. And then here you have this kind of variable passive here. At the start of this champion, certain places a buff on each ally for 1 turn, depending on their type. So it will always do the damage type, basically. Like the buff, increase attack or increase defense. For support, it gives increased accuracy, which is... it's weirdly the worst one. Like, increased accuracy can be really nice. Especially because this is just a passive that goes up every turn. So it's almost like he's very fast. If he's going as fast or faster than your other champions, this is 100% uptime on an increased attack for attackers, increased defense for defenders, increased accuracy for supports. But not all supports need increased accuracy, right? Like Runekeeper Dazzler, for instance, I'm just using somebody we were talking about today, has no debuffs. He has a leech. I mean, but it's like, you don't typically use him for the leech. And if you do you want this? You know, it's like weird. So I almost think for support, I would like prefer maybe like, I don't know, like a shield or an increased resistance or a block debuffs buff or something like that would have been really cool. Maybe that would have been OP. But increased accuracy is fine. For HP-based champions, you get a shield equal to 30% of that champion's max HP. So remember, he's, you know, his HP pool is not great, but he's giving them a shield based on their HP. And if they're an HP-based champion, it's going to be a big shield. So this is an insanely good passive. This is, you know, this leaps up into the realm of like top 5, top 10 passives in the game in terms of power. It's on a 1-turn cooldown and it happens every turn. And all the buffs last for 1 turn. That's insane. You know? It's going to be really usable in PvE and PvP, but you're going to have to very specifically build him if you want to utilize this for PvP. And then he's got a speed aura in dungeons of 25%. He's a good dungeon team, like support. He's a good dungeon support, right? Reduces cooldowns, turn meter fill, and speed. Like, he's going to get you more, like, you're going to be going around. He's got a cleanse. Like, this, he's going to be highly usable in dungeons. And then the ally attack is all good for dungeons. So it's like, in a lot of cases, he's going to be a speed lead for dungeon teams. Maybe he's your speed lead in Fire Knight hard mode. Maybe he's your speed lead in regular Fire Knight, you know. But if you don't have a better speed lead in your dungeons, you can use him. By the way, he is usable with Seer. Right? Because you're thinking, oh, he doesn't have a lot of buffs here. Like, you got a continuous heal, you've got an increased speed. But this passive happens every turn. So every champion on your team will be one of these 4. Every champion on your team will always have at least 1 buff up. And it's not on a cool, like, it's every turn. So he actually is going to pair with Seer really well. Really, really well. Because he also has the cooldown reduction. He might empower her, you know, like to actually use her nuke faster. Like, it's going to be RNG based, but that's potentially possible. And then, you know, the heal destroyed max HP is going to be usable in Hydra. I think he's an all-arounder. I think he goes everywhere. I don't see a fight where he couldn't be used. Like, you could find an interesting clan boss, you know, team that worked with him. The A1 RNG could mess up a speed tune. So you can't do that. You can't like speed tune him perfectly. You know, like that'll never happen. So you may want to keep him out of the clan boss fight. But if you happen to get him and you're not using, like, if you're just not running a speed tune, if you're just running like powerful champions and you're just trying to push Ultra Nightmare, he brings a ton, right? He's gonna have that cleanse. He's gonna have, the turn meter fill. He's gonna have all that. So it may be potentially that you could speed tune him. You could speed tune him as long as you're not doing an unkillable. And he could be really, really valuable with all those buffs. So Dark says him or Deacon, Colred. Yeah. I mean, you always take the legendary. You always take the legendary. Because legendaries are harder to obtain. You can always pull a Deacon. Right? You'll pull a Deacon from an Ancient Shard. You'll get him some point. Now, if you would say, you can only have one of them on your account, probably Deacon. I would actually probably take Deacon even over this guy. I would probably take Deacon even over this guy. He's crazy good, but most of what he does you can get from other champions. Like I've heard people say he might be the most powerful champion in the game. I don't see that. Like maybe a better question would be like, would you take him over Pythion? Right? Like forget Deacon there's too much to consider there. But just straight up, like if you could only pull one legendary, if you could pull this guy or Pythion, which one would you pull? Which one would you prefer? If you could only pull one Elva or this guy, which one would you pull? And that's a tough question. That's a tough question because he's up there. But I think I would lean towards Pythion. I might lean towards Elva too. I think those two might be more valuable. It's really hard to say. As time goes by, that might be proven wrong. He might prove more valuable than either of those. But that's the interesting discussion. That's where it's like, yeah, when you're talking about S tier champions, I think Pythion and in my estimation, Pythion and Elva are two like upper level S tier champions. I don't consider them God tier. I know some people consider both of them God tier, or at least Pythion God tier. I think they're upper S tier champion. So I think they're out of like the top 10, but I think they're in the top 20, I guess is what I would say. And maybe that's, maybe I'm wrong, but that's sort of how I feel like, if you talk about non-void legendaries, they're both top 10, I would say. That's fair. But if you're talking about all legendaries, I think they're out of the top 10. Because there's just too many good void legendaries. Like I think you take Yumiko over either one of them. I think you take you probably take like Krisk over either one of them. Maybe you take Siphi over either one of them. You take Cardiel over either one of them. So you're once you start introducing like the void legendaries, you start to push those champions down a little bit. But if you're talking about best non-void legendaries in the game, I think Elva and Pythion are potentially even top 5. And so that's where it's like an S+ tier to me. And this guy fits in that conversation. But I don't think he's top 5. And I'm not sure he's top 10. But he's very, very good. He's very, very good. What stage of Spider should I do if I can't do 16 or 20? You could do 10 or 11, depending on what you're trying to do. 10 gives you better drops if you're looking for 5 stars. 11 gives you more points if you're doing Dungeon Divers. Let's bring Sun back here. Sun, we need a poll. Can you think of a poll topic? We need a poll topic.
Will Radagast be the greatest champion ever?
I like it. You're right. He is totally Radagast. Tell
me that's not Radagast.
It is.
That's
You're
all.
right.
That's all I see when I see that guy.
It is totally Radagast. You're right. It's so funny. It is absolutely Radagast. It's so funny that you say that. I didn't think of that at first because I'm like, oh, this guy's just, they're just filling in that kind of druidic wizard you know, but it's like specific. It's very specifically Radagast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um.
I mean, I think he looks like a great champion. I'm never gonna have him, so I don't really care where he ranks. Although if I can't get him, I will try.
Let's see what people think. Silence says, I'm pretty sure he's the top one non-void Lego. Okay. Okay. I would rather have Duchess. I would rather have Armands. I think Armands is in the discussion of the number one non-void legendary. I actually think this is the most broken champion I've ever seen introduced into the game. I think Duchess, Newt, Armands, like I think those three are above this guy. I think they're more valuable than this guy, and I think they're potentially more powerful than this guy. I think those three at least. And then there are other champions to consider. Obviously, Harima's up there. You know, you can talk about a few others like Elva and Pythion are really high. So I'm not even sure he hits top 5 non-void legendaries in my estimate. I don't think he's outside by much. He might be the 6th or 7th best non-void legendary in the game. And it's potential that I'm undervaluing him a little bit, and he's actually maybe like a top 3 non-void legendary in the game. But I don't think I would way rather have Armands than this guy. If you gave me the choice between one or the other, Armands is stupid. He's broken. He's absolutely broken. And I don't know that Radagast is broken.
He is cool though.
And then also Archer. Archer is in the discussion now. I think she's potentially a top 5 non-void legendary. And might be better than this guy too. But yeah, let's look at Armands for a second, because this is stupid. This is a stupid champion. When I say stupid in like the 90s sense of stupid. I don't even know if we said it in the 90s. When I say stupid, I mean like so good it's absurd. That's what I usually mean by stupid. Although sometimes I mean really dumb, but usually I don't mean it that way. All right, so first of all, stats are fine. Again, he's a support champion. Stats are fine. They're 108 speed, nice speed, a little resistance, a little accuracy. You know, attack and defense are great. Whatever. Like it's the same thing. He and Radagast in terms of stats are roughly equivalent. The 28% speed aura in Arena is annoying because obviously we just had Wukong with that. So it's like everybody's got. It used to be that you really needed Arbiter to upgrade from like your 20% or your 23% Arena aura to, you know, like, but now there's just all these 28s. It really devalues Arbiter, I think, you know, at least in terms of her aura. But now everybody has access to another aura like this. So the A1 is fine. Has a 50% chance of increasing the cooldown of a random active skill by 2%. Fills this champion's turn meter by 10% for each turn added to the cooldown. So you can get either 0, 10, or 20% turn meter fill, and it's going to be hard to kind of predict unless you know that you can't increase cooldowns. Then you know you get nothing, right? But that doesn't matter. Like the A1 doesn't matter. It's fine. It's whatever. This A2 is incredibly stupid. This is what I'm talking when I say it is a stupid champion. If you are thinking Armands is a PvP champion, you are right. If you are thinking that he is not a PvE champion, you are wrong. This is an incredibly good PvE champion. All right, so this A2 attacks all enemies. And this is on a 3-turn cooldown, by the way, once it's booked. Steals all the turn meter of each target except enemies under sheep debuffs. He does have a sheep in his kit, but that's controllable by you, right? So you can figure this out. Steals all of the turn meter of each target except enemies under sheep debuffs. Also places a stun debuff for 1 turn on all enemies not under a sheep debuff. So think about the way this would actually work. Let's say you spawn into arena and your enemies all have like 70 or 80% of their turn meter filled because you're faster than them, but not a lot faster than them. If you land this skill and don't weak hit, if you have the accuracy to land this skill and you don't weak hit, you will steal like over 200% turn meter. Right now, he's not going to get 2 turns. That's not how it works. He's just going to go next. Like he's going to go again. Right? So everybody's going back to 0 and he's refilling 100%. So he's going to go back to back. It's an extra turn mechanic in arena. But he also stuns everybody for 1 turn. And again, if he has the accuracy to land the turn meter decrease, then he has the accuracy to land the stun as long as he doesn't weak hit. And this is why he's not a void champion, because if he was, it would be I was going to say it'd be stupid, but it's already stupid. Whatever stupid squared is, that's what it would be if you were a void champion. So now all of those champions, who by the way are already slower than Armand's, remember he went first. They're already slower than he is. They have to refill their turn meter to cleanse their stun, and then they have to refill their turn meter to go again. So they need 200% turn meter to get a turn. This is on a 3-turn cooldown, but when he steals that turn meter, he goes again, which means it's on a 2-turn cooldown. And he's faster than his enemies. So what that means is this one skill, without anything else in his kit, can provide 100% pure CC, turn meter CC, forever. Unless he weak hits or gets 3%ed, your enemies can't go. They can't go. Like mathematically, they can't go. Right? They have to have a mechanic that either they have to be able to resist this, or they have to have a mechanic that gives them passively extra turn meter when like he uses a skill or something. Like this literally can just lock out your enemy. That is also true in PvE. He will be the #1 wave content champion in the game when you get him. You will use him on every Doom Tower floor. Every single Doom Tower floor. You will use this guy, and your Doom Tower waves will never go. They'll never go. As long as you're faster than the waves, which you'll always be, the waves will never go. One champion does that. One skill on one champion does that. You don't need another champion to empower him, but you have 4 other champions in your team, or 3 other champions in your team in arena to empower him if you want. Get him extra turn meter fill, have an increased accuracy buff. Have a backup CC champion. Put a slow out. Put an AoE slow out. Pair him with Archer. Those 2 champions, Archer and Armand, could clear every single wave floor of Doom Tower hard mode by themselves with no other champions on the team. He can be resisted, but in PvE, you know what the resist is. He can weak hit, but you can back him up with somebody else. Archer is Spirit Affinity. So if she has the accuracy and he has the accuracy, right, one of them won't weak hit. She's got an AoE provoke and an AoE slow and an AoE stun. What else do you need? Put a speed aura and a turn meter filler. Like pair them with Deacon Armstrong. You get the 19%, you get the turn meter fill, you get the turn meter reduction, you get the 100% decreased defense. Those 3 champions every single floor. And if you don't like that idea, pair them with Ursula. Like pair them with Lady Kimmy. Then you get a buff strip. You get another speed boost. It's like it's insane that this champion is going to be the most powerful arena champion in the game, and he's going to be the most powerful wave content champion in the game. He's going to pass Seer in terms of like usability, right? Because he really doesn't need anybody to empower him. Like, he's not going to clear the waves fast. She's still going to have that role. I'm not saying she does, but it's like, you could put him on every dungeon team. Like, yeah, would you use him in Fire Knight hard mode? No. You know, but if you had everything else you needed and you're like, I just need to get through the waves more easily. Yeah, you could do that. It's crazy. And that's just one skill. That's just one skill. All right, so now we get to this place, you know, we're on the A3. Places a sheep debuff on an enemy for 1 turn. The debuff cannot be blocked, can be resisted, but can't be blocked. Then has a 100% chance of removing all buffs from all enemies. Fills his champion's turn meter by 5% for each buff removed. So when he's not on his A2, he's going to come here, he's going to use the A3, he's going to strip any buffs that anybody has, which they're probably not going to have any buffs. Now, you could open with this one in the arena if you wanted to. You could just use him as a buff stripper and then get turn meter fill. And like potentially if he can remove 20 buffs, which would be hard, that'd be 5 buffs per enemy. But potentially he could go again. This could also result in an extra turn. Probably won't, you know, but this makes him usable in other places, in other content. And it's like, if this slips through and somebody gets, you know, some buffs up, he can strip the buffs as well. And again, this requires accuracy, so this requires accuracy. It's the same accuracy. Now here's the passive. Whenever a sheep debuff is removed or expires on any enemy, increases the cooldown of a random active skill on that enemy to its max. So they get stunned, they get sheeped, they come out of sheep mode, and they have a cooldown increase. And then fills this champion's turn meter by 10% for each turn added to the cooldown. So that could be 40%. He is broken. He is broken. He will break the game for a lot of players. This is what I was calling him stupidly powerful. Pedrag is not stupid. He doesn't do this. Patty is good. He's very, very good. He does really cool things. And maybe that passive, I don't know. But this is clearly broken. Like, this is better than Mythic champions. Like, he doesn't even care who he comes up against. You have Mythics, he doesn't care. You're going to put him in, you know, 3 sets of perception. You're going to make him as fast and accurate as possible. And he wins the game. He does he doesn't bring damage. That's the only thing that he doesn't bring. You know, so you just pair him up with some damage dealers. Bring a Newt, you know, and it's like, I don't know. You want to use poison explosions. You can do whatever you want with this guy. You don't actually need a ton of damage for wave content.
Yeah, damage is the one thing I can't bring easily.
Right.
So
it's the one thing everybody can bring easily. Everybody can bring damage, you know? So I don't see how this guy isn't. I think if you told me I could have this guy or Duchess, I'd want this guy. I think he's the new most powerful non-void legendary in the game. He might be the most powerful champion in the game. I might prefer him over every void legendary as well. Now, it's weird because, we're talking about how valuable Seer was because she speeds up the game at endgame. He does that too, not to the same extent, but in a different way. One of the ways he speeds up the game for you is that he doesn't let your enemies animate. They don't get to use skills. They don't waste turns. You don't have to watch them. You know, so literally, like, you have to watch him go over and over and over again, and eventually, you know, you need to whittle down the enemy. So he doesn't, like, speed it up in that way. But when the enemies don't animate, that's like, you know, Seer also doesn't let the enemies animate, by the way. If she just nukes them out on the first turn, they don't animate. But my point being, like, he will actually speed up your experience a little bit. A decent amount, I would say. Call Red and Sun, same. What blessing would you put on Armand? Dark asks. His multipliers are strong. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's fine. But you know, his base damage isn't going to be huge. I mean, it'll be nice if he hits decently hard for a support. That'll be nice. But yeah, what blessing would I put on Armand? That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think some people are going to put polymorph on him, especially if we can get a 5-star soul. Right? If we can get a 5-star soul, you're going to get the extra accuracy for all of his skills. Plus, the debuff doesn't require accuracy to be placed, and so it's like, oh, I'm sorry, it becomes irresistible at 6 stars. Never mind. But I do think people will use polymorph because that's actually 2 sheep from the same champion. Just stupid. Again, stupid as in absurdly good. You know, you could use Soul Reap if you know he's doing that AoE over and over again. That could potentially speed up waves for you again if you can get the 5-star soul. The threshold is 14%. You got the chance of, you know, the true fears and whatever. Temporal chains makes a certain kind of sense in terms of synergy. Whenever an enemy receives a 3rd active buff, instantly decreases the turn meter of all enemies by a certain amount. So if you could get the 6-star here, that might make sense. Like, it seems like it synergizes with this kit, but honestly, I don't think you need this. I don't think this is going to be something where you're like, this allows him to be more effective. I think potentially this is redundant. Like, you think synergy, but you also think like he already does this on his own. So maybe he doesn't need that. I could see intimidating presence. That makes a certain kind of sense, right? You know, he's got a nice speed aura. Whether you're using him as your speed leader, you know, your speed aura lead or not, that could work. And cruelty makes a certain kind of sense, especially in high level Doom Tower. You know, if he's using a lot of hits, he just keeps decreasing the wave's defense, but probably also not necessary. Yeah. Do you have one, do you think? Are you thinking about, son?
I mean, I've heard people say polymorph. Yeah, I don't really know what's going to be overall the best.
I mean, when I think about champions that he's likely to be used with on free-to-play accounts, I'm like, this guy's going to pair up with Artak. Not this guy. But he could pair up with Rathalos. He could pair up with Rathalos and Artak. Like, you know, if you just think about the login champions, you can pair any of the login champions with, like, let's say you have Wukong, Artak, Rathalos, and then Armands, and then Deacon, let's say, as your lead, or, you know, Haikatoon as your lead, or something like that. Like, you're going to walk through waves, right? Because here's the thing. He shuts the waves down. So that gives you much more flexibility to bring in a ton of damage from the other places, right? So you could do HP burn activations. You could do just straight up nukes. You could bring in you could bring in, if you have a Crizia, you could bring in poison exploders if you want. You can do whatever you want because the waves aren't moving. So you don't need a healer. You don't need a reviver. You don't need a cleanser. You don't need a buff stripper. He does that if you need it. You know, you don't need anything except damage and speed. So, you know, you could think of your blessing as like fleshing out that total thing. You don't want brimstone, right? Because the enemies aren't going to go. So the sheep would be helpful. Like, the polymorph would be helpful in arena if you're not going to go first. You know, potentially if you're going second, or you're afraid the enemy is going to get a chance to go. But honestly, I think like not intimidating presence. Is it whatever the presence one is? Because there's 2 of them, right? Yeah, it is intimidating presence. What's the other one? Commanding presence. Okay. So I think intimidating presence makes a lot of sense. And I also think that Soul Reap could potentially make sense. Yeah, I think those two make the most sense to me. And then maybe polymorph, you know, depending on how you use them in arena. I think those make the most sense. But, you know, like if you're just straight doing waves in Doom Tower, I think, you know, you just pair them with a bunch of damage dealers. Get somebody with a little bit of a speed aura, maybe some turn meter fill to just make sure. But, you know, like Deacon would pair really well because he's got the drop defense, you know, and the speed aura and the turn meter fill and the turn meter decrease. So if you're talking about lockouts, like if he's paired with Deacon, he just comes back around to his lockout even faster. You know, weak hits become less of an issue. Artak is great for HP burns for wave content. Rathalos pairs well with Artak. You know, Wukong obviously hits hard if you have him as a nuke. He's got that other sheep in case you need it. But potentially that you don't need that much damage. You might like say take Wukong out because he's redundant and you can bring in somebody who's going to help on a boss. So somebody brings a weaken or somebody maybe who has more turn meter, like an allure for turn meter decrease on like a Dark Fae or something. But yeah, I think he's the most powerful non-void legendary in the game already. If he's not the most powerful, he's got the most broken skill. This is the most powerful skill in the game. This A2 is the most powerful skill in the game. Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I can't wait. That guy, Warlord, Wukong, Arbiter, Miscreated Monster. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, if you come out of poly, your cooldowns are locked. On that one skill. But it's only one cooldown, right? I have Newt and Lady Kimmy, and I'm doing fusion, but I don't have gear for them on my account. I'm 95 days in, free to play. Newt and Lady Kimmy, that's awesome. That's also a great, you know, Doom Tower solution there. Lady Kimmy is for my money the best Doom Tower lead in the game. So if you look at Lady Kimmy, so she has this speed aura of 30% in Doom Tower battles. So that's a huge speed aura, right? But in addition, she's got a decreased speed for your enemies that also has a chance of decreasing target's turn meter, so 100% chance when booked. So decreased speed and decreased turn meter. And then on her A3, she has an increased speed and increased turn meter for your team. So in terms of like speed control, she's one of the best overall champions in the game, like for both sides. You know, she does both. She helps you and hurts your enemies. And then she has that speed aura. And then on her A1, she decreases turn meter as well. Perfect for Dark Fae, by the way. Perfect champion for Dark Fae. But really good just as your all-around Doom Tower lead. So if you have Lady Kimmy, you don't even need her in great gear. You just need her to be fast and accurate. So put her in 3 sets of perception, or maybe 2 sets of perception in a speed set. You don't need resistance on her. You don't need crit damage on her. You don't need anything on her. Because the whole point of what she does is she gets you turns and prevents the enemy from taking turns. Kind of like Armand's, but not to that extent. You know, she does it through more subtle manipulations. But you can pair her with an AoE stunner, or you can pair her with a, you know, like a provoker or something, to give you better wave control. But she's really, as soon as I got her and got her built, she replaced Cardiel as my lead in all Doom Tower content, basically. Like I still use her in conjunction with Cardiel, but he moved over a spot. Do you know what I mean? Like he's not the lead anymore, because her aura is so strong. I want to try another poll here. Let's see. All right, I do want to mention when you're talking about broken skills in the game, this is another champion that I really, really want. And I've been wanting her for a long time. And she wasn't super well regarded early on, but she's been more and more valuable, or considered more and more valuable by the community over time. But this A2 places a stun.
Rio?
Yeah, places a stun debuff
I want
on a
Rio
target.
so bad.
Yeah, me too. Stun debuff on a target for 1 turn, as well as an HP burn. So stun, HP burn, decrease defense, weaken, decrease attack, decrease crit rate. And then it's also an attack. So, you know, like, it's not placing a hex. Like, if they were going to, you know, to rework it now, because I think she might have come out before hex was in the game, or at least before it started to spread. Yeah, but I'm like, no decrease accuracy, I guess. She doesn't have that. But it's like, this is still a stupidly broken skill, right? This is like, the day I saw it, I'm like, I think that's the most powerful skill in the game. Now, granted, you know, like, Yumiko's cooldown reduction skill is incredibly powerful. I think all of the most powerful skills in the game, really, with very few exceptions, are utility skills. Like, you can talk about Newt's A3 as potentially one of the most powerful skills in the game. But this, you know, decreases the cooldown of all ally skills by 3 turns and increases the cooldown of all enemy skills by 3 turns. It's a cooldown reset for most champions, and it's a lockout for your enemies. And you can use 2 copies of her to do that to each other and just have, like, that permanent lockout. So I would like to get Kyoku too, Burso. There's some great champions in the Shadowkin faction that I would really like. We've mentioned a bunch of them at this point. I would like Mishinaki. I don't have Mishinaki on this account. I've had him on other accounts. I want Riho. I want Yumiko. I want Shuzen. And I want
Little
Kyoku.
Zhu on it.
Little Zhu on it.
Little Zhu. Little Zhu.
And I have Ninja, and I have Lady Kimi, Harima, Zinogre. You know, it's like their lineup of legendary champions is stacked. I mean, Gentoro, like, I think they have the best legendary lineup in the game. I think they have the best all-around legendary lineup in the game. They also have some stinkers, right? They have some really bad legendaries. So that's something, you know, to consider. Noble is one of the worst legendaries in the game. You know, Gamurin is not good. You know, is it Jingmon who's really bad? Like, yeah, this guy is widely regarded as, like, the worst void legendary in the game. You know, so it's weird because it's like they do have some very, very bad champions. But they don't have many, like, A or B tier legendaries. They have a few, but it's kind of like they're either S tier or God tier, or they're, like, bottom of the barrel. You know, I mean, Tatsu I don't think is particularly good. You know, I would call her like a C tier champion. Like, she can be an arena nuker for you. I'm not saying she has no place in the game, but there are better options. Yoshi's pretty good. I don't think he's S tier, but he's good. You know, Genzin, same thing, probably not S tier, but good. Yeah, maybe not even as good as he used to be. Maybe he's like a B tier. But Kyoko could potentially be, you know, you could have an argument that she's the best tank in the game. I think there may be 3 other champions that you could put in that mix. You know, but this ally protection is so good. Ally protection buff on all allies except this champion for 2 turns. Also places a block damage buff on this champion for 3 turns, then grants an extra turn. So she's going to have 2 it's 2 turns of ally protect and 2 turns of block damage on a 4-turn cooldown. So if we're on a 3-turn cooldown, it would be by far you know, the best. But it's basically she's probably the strongest, like, most durable ally protector in the game, including, like, Krisk, right? Like, I think she's more durable than Krisk. She's got a weaken on her A1, decrease attack, you know, conditional HP burn, which is weird conditional and doesn't really land. And then she even sustains your team. Every time this champion is hit with a critical hit, heals all allies by 15% of their max HP, then places increased defense. She's got a defense ally defense and all battle aura. Like, she could be the best tank in the game. I don't think Genzin's bad. I just think he's been power crept. I think he's good. I think he's just been power crept a little bit. Yeah, he's still pretty good. He's still pretty good. She can solo Bommel easier because of the HP burn. Well, let me look at that for a second, because my understanding. All right, so after attacking, so she has a 100% chance of placing decrease attack. After attacking, she has a 100% chance of placing an HP burn on all enemies that this skill did not place decrease attack on. So that she only places the HP burn if the decrease attack doesn't land. I don't think there's any boss in the game that's immune to decrease attack. So the only time I can see this HP burn land, maybe I'm wrong. It's an AoE attack. Attacks all enemies. Has a 100% chance of placing a decrease attack. So the only time I think the HP burn can actually land is if the decrease attack gets resisted from a 3% resist or a weak hit. Because I think after attacking means it doesn't matter if it's a weak hit. I think. So if you got, if you were attacking a magic affinity target and you got your decrease attack got resisted, your HP burn could go up. I think. Okay, so you can land an HP burn on dread bombs because dread bombs are resistant to all other debuffs. So yeah, dread bombs are the only thing that I can think of that are resistant to increase attack. So that means you get HP burns on them, which means they tick faster. But if she doesn't care about that because she's got block damage up, then them ticking faster doesn't hurt her, and the HP burns actually get onto Bommel. Okay, so that is the one sort of weird potential value for the HP burn. So like, get as many dread bombs out there as you can. But by the way, if they blow up with HP burn on them, that doesn't help because, well, no, maybe I guess they tick and then blow up. I don't know. Yeah. If you don't put accuracy on her, Medusa, then you can't land either debuff because the HP burn does take accuracy. It doesn't say can't be resisted. So, like, that was my first thought, too. Like, oh, don't put accuracy on her, then she'll miss her decrease attack, but then she'll also miss her HP burn. So. Yeah, I have Noble as well. And I really should just +1 my ninja, but I haven't done it yet. I should. I don't know why I haven't. Like, there's no reason for me to hold on to Noble. You're laughing at me there, son.
Yeah, I'd have gotten rid of him.
All right, so how do people feel about Radagast? They say, yes, he's top 5 easy. That's about 12% right now. Top five non-void only would be 38%. So 50% of people say he's at least a top 5 non-void legendary. And then 50% say, nope, he's good, but not quite there. And I think it would potentially be possible to squeeze him into the top 5 non-voids. That would be possible. But I'm not sure. So I might vote nope, he's good, but not that good. He might be like number 6 or number 7 of non-void legendaries for me. Because I think I would take Duchess over him. I would take Archer over him. I would probably take Pythion and Elva over him. And I might even take like Harima and Newt over him. So now that puts him in the 7th spot. Um, I might take Helicath over him.
Savage.
I don't know if there's anybody else. I don't know if there's anybody else I would take over. You know, I'm thinking about like, what about like Hefrak? You know, what about Kymar? You know, what about Theodore? What about Kyoku? What about Mishinaki? What about Lady Kimmy? You know, I don't think I would take. I think I would take him over like Herndeg and Trunda and those kinds of champions. But I'm pretty sure I would take Newt over him. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I might take him over Bad Alcazar and like Mashalad. I might take him over those. I'd probably take him over Ultimate Death Knight. I think I for sure would take him over every Orc non-void. I don't think there's well, Artak. Artak. That's the only one that would maybe like, would I take him over Artak? Probably not. Don't get me wrong, I think he's in the discussion. But I don't think he's even top 5 non-void. I wonder if I'm just biased by the fact that I haven't actually pulled him and played him yet. I also have everybody has access to one of the best ally attackers in the game. Everybody has the potential to pull Lady Mikage, and I will have her. I also have Cardiel. There's also Lanatharil, who's got a really good ally attack. There's also other good ally attackers. So I think the ally attack is really nice. It's a good one, but it doesn't increase your damage. So I think it's not going to be like a top 2 or 3 ally attack skill in the game. The turn meter fill, cleanse, and speed. This is very powerful. This is very powerful. I'm not sure if I think this is on par with Elva's, right? Elva's leaves you with a block debuff buff, which is really highly usable in a lot of cases. This fills your turn meter by 20%. So maybe they're comparable. And that's a very powerful skill. The passive is really nice. The speed aura is solid, and the A1 is going to be fun to mess around with. I think Silence, I think you might be overvaluing him, and just because he's going to be really interesting for theory crafting. But I think you might be overvaluing him to say, you know, he's the number 1 non-void legendary in the game right away. Especially with Armands coming in. But, you know, it again, it depends on your playstyle, depends on your roster. You know, like you might be looking at this guy salivating, being like, this guy is going to do stuff for my account. And that's totally fair, because I do think he's very powerful. You know, so nobody's going to be upset that they pull this guy. Nobody's going to be like, he's all right. Nobody's going to be like, he's all right. You know, everybody's going to say this is a really, really strong champion. But I think if you were just talking about the best legendary in this faction, I don't know that he gets ahead of Elva in that argument. Like, I'm not sure. You might choose, I would say at least some significant portion of the public would pick him over Elva, and a significant portion of the public would pick Elva over him. Let's do that poll. That's what I'm interested in. Let's just, that'll be an easy poll to do. I love these polls. Tell you a dungeon or a boss where he doesn't bring value. I think he brings value. That's not the point. I think he does bring value. I think he brings a ton of value. I think you can use him in Clan Boss. I think you can use him in Doom Tower. I think you can use him in... You could probably use him in most fights. You could use him in most fights. I would say the same thing is true of Elva, right? Anywhere you can use Elva, she's almost always awesome. It's really
There
close.
Are calls to show Bandit in the clan.
The calls to show Bandit? What? Oh.
There's calls to show Bandit in the clan in my clan chat. Bandit is sleeping, I think.
So we got a call here from Tonk about Saoirse, who is a free champion, technically. Triple hitter A1, chance to increase HP burn debuffs. AoE HP burn. AoE decreases turn meter of all enemies by 15%. Decreases the turn meter of enemies under HP burn by an extra 15%. Passive, whenever this champion is attacked by an enemy under an HP burn, heals this champion by 20% of the damage, 25% of the damage received. Also has a 15% chance to instantly activate HP burn debuffs on the attacker. Defensive heavy support, pretty tanky support, HP burner. She's solid. She's absolutely solid. You know, it's a little bit tricky with Saoirse, obviously, because pulling, like, getting her requires that you go all the way down the path on the whatever it's called, Plarium points, which is just frustrating, especially if you're not a spender. She's strong. I wouldn't take her over Elva personally. The value of HP burn is high, but there are so many good AoE HP burners at this point, you know, and everybody who was around to get Artak got Artak. There are places you can't use Artak. She's obviously a different affinity than Artak, but I also have Sissia Flametongue. You've got Tamesia, you know, there's, I mean, even Skrank. Like, so she's not really a great activator. She's not a great activator. You know, she has this sort of passive activation. But could potentially help you in Spider in a couple of places. Yeah. I think she's good. I don't know that I would accept the idea that she's the best in the faction. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made that Emek is the best in the faction. Obviously, he's a Void legendary. It's hard to say whether he or Pedrag or Elva is better. But we were specifically talking about non-Void legendary, so I didn't want to throw him in the mix. It seems people are leaning towards Pedrag. Yeah. Matt Davis says, I'm not sure I've even seen showcases in this new Pedrag yet. I haven't, but I'm sure we will see them soon. Artak is not in Sylvan Watchers. She carried me in Faction Wars. Okay, that's fair, dude. But Faction Wars is low value in terms of, like, determining a champion's overall value, right? Like, if you were just going to say who's the better HP burner, Artak's the better HP burner. So outside of Faction Crypts. But I would say this. If you have Elva in Faction Wars, you're probably good. You could have rares the rest of the way. By herself, I think she carries you through Faction Wars. You know, you pick up, I don't know, 1 or 2 epics. Doesn't really matter which one. But if you have like a Dathi, like Mistrider is great. If you have a Ruella, a Cryodan, a Naya, a Duodan, an Ayla, an Ornn, you know, you have any of those champions, you throw them in the mix. And if you don't have those champions, grab a Turlak, you know, grab a Ray, a Kate. You could do 2 copies of Kate, 2 copies of Turlak, and an Elva, and clear Sylvan Watchers with that. You know, and you could probably have your Turlax at 50. You know, your Kate's at 60. Your Elva, it's maybe Elva at 50. And you probably clear just fine. Can you use Bulwark for a clan boss early game? Yes, you can. I did.
I think I'm still using Bulwark. Or am I using the upgraded version? Defiant, is that the upgraded version?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I'm picking up the item set.
Bulwark's a champion.
Oh, I'm definitely not on the same page.
Yeah. So Bulwark is this dwarven champion. And yeah, you can use him in clan boss early. He can be a good tank for a budget Maneater unkillable. He's tricky to use because unfortunately he's got a high defense, and you would prefer him to have high HP and low defense to be the slow boy if you're using him as a slow boy. So you really need to find gear that gives him no defense, and just push his HP up high, and his HP isn't naturally high. So he's tanky in the wrong way to be a slow boy. But if you can get him to work, he's one of the better slow boys in the game if you can get him, if you can gear him the right way. But in general, like if you just need somebody who's going to add a little bit of tankiness and utility, yeah, because he's got a chance to extend duration of debuffs when he's attacked, which is nice. And he's also got an HP burn on his A2. And he does have a mini weaken on his A1. So he's got a very nice clan boss kit for early game clan boss. Absolutely. Weaken, HP burn, debuff extension. And he's even got a allied defense in all battles by 17%. So he can even be your aura lead if you need him to be. And he's void affinity. So he won't weak hit on his debuff. He's actually great. He's arguably, you could make a case for him being a top 10 epic in the game. Sorry, rare in the game. I don't think he is, but I've heard that case made, and I think it's reasonable. I think he's not talked about as much as he should be.
I was thinking of Stalwart.
Yeah.
Bulwark, Stalwart, yeah.
Right. But yeah, Bulwark is a very, very good champion. So should you take him to 60? Yeah, I mean, if you're going to use him, take him to 60. He will always be good for your faction wars. He's a great faction war rare. And usually what you want at least one faction war rare for every faction, right? Because you always have that quest to clear faction wars using a rare. You don't necessarily need to bring a tank to 60 all the time. You could get away with him at 50, but if you're going to use him in clan boss, you'd want him at 60. And then then as far as masteries are concerned, I don't know. Probably Phantom Touch. If you're doing them for clan boss, just get more damage out of them, I guess. And you run up to 6 stars to get the War Master. Benefits of a slow boy versus faster stun target. The slow boy is part of an unkillable team. So the benefit of the slow boy is that he only goes twice per 3 turns of the clan boss. And as a result, he holds on to the unkillable buff for all 3 clan boss turns. Because the buff is only up for 2 turns. So by going so slow, he has 100% uptime on the unkillable buff. Right? And he's the stun target, which means he's the only one that needs to have the unkillable buff up on that attack. So everybody else can go faster and drop the unkillable buff because they're not getting hit by the stun. So only the stun target needs to be unkillable all 3 turns, right? Like all 3 attacks. And so that's the benefit. It allows you to just build one really, really slow champion and thereby go unkillable. It's not a powerful speed tune, by the way. It's not a good speed tune, like in terms of damage. Best case scenario, you can get a 3-key Ultra Nightmare on it. Like, you could probably push it really, really far and get a 2-key Ultra Nightmare on it, but the investment in terms of time and effort and gear and whatever to get it just to a 2-key is really hard. I don't like the budget, the Maneater budget unkillable. I think people think, one, that it's going to be like, oh, it's an unkillable, it's going to be better than my other team. That's not true. Generally, like Sun did. Sun got to his 2-key Ultra Nightmare without an unkillable team. And arguably, his speed tune is better than a budget unkillable, like Maneater unkillable. I did the budget Maneater unkillable back in the day. It was really tricky to speed tune. And because the stun target is so hard to figure out, and I used Bulwark, by the way. He was my slow boy. And it worked eventually. And it wasn't as good as just my unspeed tuned team, because you're filling it up with champions that don't do a lot of damage. So what I would say is, if you're kind of in desperate need of a 3-key Ultra Nightmare, which, by the way, is a good place to be. If you get to a 3-key Ultra Nightmare and you can 1-key Nightmare, which sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's like a 3-key and a 1.5-key kind of thing. But if you can 3-key Ultra Nightmare and 1-key Nightmare, and your clan is clearing both, that's the 4 top chests. So that's a good place to be. So I'm not saying it doesn't have value. I'm just saying, don't think of it as a powerful speed tune. It's not. And you may have other options. All right, so I had another poll idea, but I've forgotten. What were we talking about before?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah,
It was bandit time for a little bit there.
that's fair. I miss my puppy. I haven't seen her today yet.
Couldn't imagine. He's currently just laying in my lap. I think you can still see just a little bit of him. He's right here.
By the way, I pulled you can barely see her. I pulled a cold heart on my HH challenge account. So I'm gonna 6-star her and Ugo, I think. And that's gonna be my squad for a while. And then I'm thinking about the epic from this fusion, who's kind of an interesting champion. You're going to try Crimson Helm as your stun target for your Demitha Eris Renegade tune. Yeah, I mean, Demitha Eris and Renegade is kind of interesting, right? Because it's like, you're not going for the 3-to-1. You're going for the cooldown reduction version. Which is what I did as well. I did that with my Helicath. And it allows you to go slower, which is nice. But Crimson Helm, I think, also is an ally protector, right? Or an increased defense champion. So it might be just an increased defense champion. I don't know. But so then you're not going... Are you going full... That's not full unkillable then. The stun target won't be covered. Is that what's happening?
Five on death.
Yeah, so there's a thing you can do where you can do unkillable in a bunch of ways that people don't talk about that much, which is like, you can have your stun target die and like use a Godseeker Nero passive to just bring it back. And that can actually be speed tuned because you know exactly how much turn meter it comes back with. So that's a way to get unkillable, you know, because like we were saying, your whole team needs to be unkillable only for AoE 1 and AoE 2. Doesn't have to be unkillable for the stun. In fact, my unkillable is not unkillable for the stun. I just use Helicath's shield so that the stun targets live. Like, his shield is large enough that in the first 50 turns, the stun doesn't hit hard enough to kill anybody. So that's how my speed tune. Matt Davis, a few weeks ago, I finally one-keyed Ultra Nightmare with Killable, then pulled Tower and Maneater. Yeah. That's, first of all, that's an achievement. Congrats on that. If you ever get to the point where you can one-key Ultra Nightmare without an unkillable team, you have built a very good team and you have worked hard on it to do it. I have not yet done that. I have been sort of slowly trying to get a killable composition that can one-key Ultra Nightmare. I haven't spent any time on it in the last month or so. But I believe that I can get there. And yeah, it's harder. It's harder. That's the benefit of the unkillable compositions, is that it is way, way easier to build a one-key Ultra Nightmare team that's unkillable than one that's killable.
Yeah.
How much damage are you pulling down on your Ultra Nightmare team now, Son? You're killable.
I think the most damage I've gotten is like right under 48 million.
Okay. Which would be close to 100 million on it, for 2 keys.
Yeah.
Which is actually, that's really good. And that's, I would say, as far as killable compositions are, that's kind of the sweet spot, because now you're pretty much a 2 key on every affinity. Although, like you said, you need to avoid void affinity. So that can be a thing, but usually it's easier to avoid void affinity than it is to like have to do void affinity, right? Like if you can only
Avoiding
2
void
key
affinity
void,
is just giving it some time.
yeah. So that's great, and it's like, I think that's where most people who use killable comps live, and then when they get their unkillable comp, they switch. Because the thing about the unkillable compositions is that, like, let's say you go with a double Maneater or a double, like a Helikath Roshguard setup or whatever. The speed requirements are really low. So usually you can do it with champions from like 250 down, and sometimes the slowest champions are really slow at like 170 or 190 or, because you have 2 unkillable champions, they just basically alternate turns. And then that means you can bring in 3 damage dealer or utility champions. So, you bring in a Fane, you got all your debuffs and some damage. You bring in 2 other damage dealers, maybe a debuff extender or something. It's like, and you just have so much damage in the comp, and you can not build them in any particular way. Like you just have to hit the speeds. You want the accuracy obviously on your debuffers. But what I mean is, like, the speed tune is so simple and the stat requirements are so low that you basically have way, way more flexibility. If you're trying to build a killable composition to get, 60, 70, 80 turns and get your 1 key, the stat requirements are insanely high. Every champion has to be tanky. Every champion has to do damage. You need the accuracy and the defense and the speed and the, and the HP, and you need, whatever else you need in the kit in terms of like putting it all together. So you need the ally protect and the increased defense and the strengthen and the shields and the decreased defense and the decreased attack and the poisons and the poison sensitivity and the weaken. And it's just like, finding a composition and the gear to do that is so hard. It's so hard to do. So yeah, and Matt Davis said it's not even really consistent. You hit 66.6 million today, so. Lou, how far am I into the Marius missions on my main? I don't know, like 8 missions or something. Yeah, the Iron Twins isn't it. I honestly don't, I'm just not focused on it. I've got the Raid Madness thing going on, and I'm just trying, like on my main account, I'm just trying to do my dailies. So people have been asking me about Marius, and I'm like,
now.
yeah, I'm not
the
doing
head
it.
above.
I haven't seen the solo Amius, although I heard about it. Eric pulled a Maneater and a Painkeeper this weekend. Should getting the unkillable setup be my focus now, or should I try to get stage 20 dungeons first? 2 to 3 key nightmare currently. Usually building a clan boss team will help you in dungeons, because the champions that you use in a clan boss team can often be valuable dungeon champions. Like Maneater is a great dungeon champion. He has a 100% AoE decrease attack on his A1, and he's Void Affinity, so he can't weak hit. That alone is valuable. Plus the 100% turn meter steal on his A2 makes him perfect for places like Spider and Fire Knight and Ice Golem. Like, he's great in all of the dungeons. You could argue that he's not a great Fire Knight champion, but in a lot of cases, like if you can just break the shield, especially if you're just trying to get to stage 25, let's say, if you can break the shield, you know, and then have that 100% turn meter steal, that actually is going to enable you more chances to beat the boss. So having a turn meter reduction champion, even one, can be very powerful. That's like one of the reasons why Cold Heart is so good, because she brings the quad hitter that helps you break the shield. She brings the max HP nuke that helps you kill the boss. But that max HP nuke is also 100% turn meter decrease, which means you just get more chances to lay down debuffs and damage and maybe more turn meter decrease. So you could start moving towards a Maneater composition. Yeah, absolutely. Consider who you're going to build for it. You know, you will need the gear. You'll need to get to the speeds and all that stuff. So I don't think there's a universally true answer, but I would say you shouldn't avoid the attempt. Do you know what I mean? It's worth investigating, because it could potentially help you in clan boss and dungeon simultaneously. Yeah, Slimo, that's exactly it. Your killable team did Ultra Nightmare in 2 keys. It was based on Valkyrie, Krisk, and Ninja, which are 3 great, powerful champions. And then you switch to your Myth Hair, not Myth Air, but Myth Hair, and now you hit 110 to 120 per key. So that's the power of the unkillable, right? Like, it just allows you to maximize your damage. I mean, there are teams. If you can build an infinity comp and you can build it well, there are killable teams that can get you 300 million in Ultra Nightmare. And that's not going to happen with an unkillable team. Like, if you're trying to get 300 million in Ultra Nightmare or 500 million in Ultra Nightmare, you're not going to do it with an unkillable team, because you only have 50 turns. So if you think about it, in order to do 300 million in 50 turns, you would need to be doing 6 million a turn. You know, I don't even know if that's possible, but if it's possible, it's going to take god tier gear and empowered champions, right? It's going to take a Crizia. It's going to take something stupidly powerful, and that's just not accessible to most players. My ninja team caps out around 150 to 160 million. My ninja unkillable. I think there's a better version of my comp that I could create that would probably maybe push it another 30 to 50 million. So I think I could maybe get 200 million with a ninja unkillable comp, but it would be really tough. And there's not a lot of reason to do it, right? I don't have to. So, you know, the benefit is, like, it's easy. You can just click it and go. Like, it's just great. And it doesn't require all those stats. What's a good Armand's build? I would just put him in 3 perception pieces first. I wouldn't even care. I don't even care about any of his other stats. He doesn't have to be survivable. He could be super squishy. He doesn't have to do damage. More damage is better if you can get it. Literally, you need him fast and accurate. That's it. Get him to 300 speed if you can. Get him to 350 speed if you can. I mean, it depends. Are you using him in arena behind an Arbiter who's really fast? Because if that's the case, then you just need Arbiter to go and then make sure that he's speed tuned with Arbiter, and then you're fine. But for PvE, you're going to need high accuracy for the top of Doom Tower. I think the accuracy ramps up to somewhere around 350. I think that's what you need for that. For Centranos, you're going to need higher accuracy. But for PvP, I would say 500 accuracy, you know, depending on how high you are. And, like, if you want to do live arena PvP with him, I would say 500 accuracy is sort of what you're going to need. And then speeds should be, again, high, depending on if he's your go first champion or if you have him speed tuned with like an Arbiter or a Lysandra or something, or Lady Kimmy. But 3 perception sets. And they can be flat stats, by the way. It could be flat attack, gloves, and flat HP chest piece. You just want speed and accuracy substats. Selena Fleen, good to see you. Which is better for the Myth Air comp? Already have drop defense. Weaken debuff or ally attack and HP burn and 2 poisons from Fat Man. I don't know. I don't know because I don't know where the weaken debuff is coming from. So here's the thing about the Myth Air comp. If you don't have a force affinity damage dealer, then the speed tune will break against the spirit affinity. Right? Because Eris will get stunned. And then you're done. So for instance, if you're talking about, let's say, a weaken and an HP burn from Geomancer, Geo's the solution because he's also the stun target. You know, and then you've got the reflect damage, you've got the HP burns, you've got the weaken, all in the same champ, plus he's the stun target. Perfect solution. Like the synergy there is crazy good. So if you're talking about Geo, go with Geo. If you're not talking about Geo, you know, maybe Razin. Like Razin could work because he's bringing a drop defense plus the weaken. Decent damage, not awesome damage, but decent damage, and he's the stun target. So that could also work. In all of the other affinities, I think Fat Man is probably better. He probably brings more than just a weaken would by itself, you know, like unless that weaken is coming with a good like if you're, I don't know, if you're using Hellborn Sprite, like Hellborn Sprite's not enough. Well, that's the lesser weaken. You know, I don't know who you're bringing as your weekend champion, but see you, Dark. Tag Force, you got your Armands today walking through the waves in hard dungeons. Yes, exactly. That's exactly my point. You will walk through the waves everywhere. Everywhere you will walk through the waves. The crazy thought is Spider. Like he's literally going to wrap around so fast, the Spiderlings will never go. Right? And you're like, well, normally I blow them up fast enough anyway. But it's like, yeah, but now you can bring anybody. You can just bring anybody, right? So it's like, now the thing about Spider is he has to actually survive. That in that build, he would have to have a little bit of survivability because you probably aren't stopping the boss from going. I mean, you could. You can one-shot the Spider boss. That is possible. And in that case, you don't need Armands. But like if you're working your way up and this is like your second or third fusion or something and you don't have all the pieces yet, he's going to unlock hard mode Spider for you too. Can Elva be used to block the clan boss stun? If so, do you still need to have a stun target? No, that's the great thing about a block. So the answer is yes on Elva. And that's the great thing about a block debuffs buff is you don't care about who the stun target is. Right? The only reason you would care is if you're using a killable composition and, you know, you don't want a weak squishy champion to take the stun. You know, it's like it the block debuff prevents a stun, but it doesn't prevent the damage from the hit. So that's something you have to consider. Yeah, Selena Feline, that's really important. Because if Eris takes the stun, game over. That composition falls apart. Now, I will say, you know, like if you're going to build if you're going to build the Myth Air comp, you're probably going to want to think about 2 damage dealers. because the team doesn't hit particularly hard. So that damage dealer is going to be carrying the vast majority of the damage load. And as a result, it's best to have strong affinity damage dealers every time you can. So you may even want 3 damage dealers speed tuned there. You need a force affinity champion against spirit affinity. You have to have that just so the tune won't break. But that's, you know, that's the worst case scenario, because now you're bringing in a weak affinity champion. And so this is why you typically build 2, because that weak affinity champion will be strong into magic, right? So you're going to run, let's say you had Geo, you'd run Geo in spirit and you'd run Geo in magic. But then when you have a force affinity boss, you want to run a spirit affinity damage dealer, maybe like a Feign, you know, or an Annex or whatever, you know. Because remember, when you pull Geo, you lose your weaken. So if you can bring, like Feign brings the weaken and the poisons and the decreased defense and, you know, the decreased attack doesn't matter. But and there are other damage dealers, but you probably want a spirit affinity damage dealer. You could bring a Newt. Newt would be great. Yeah. You are welcome. Yeah, so I'm just running a little bit of a little bit. I've been running Minotaur nonstop. I am not doing the fusion. I'm not doing the Armand's fusion on my HH challenge account. So since the fusion has started, I've just been focused on Minotaur. I've got most of my 60s now fully mastered. In fact, I should probably pull Mordecai out of this team just to speed it up. I could put like Athel or Rathalos back in here, because he doesn't bring a lot to this comp. This comp is very slow right now because I'm literally I was just running champions that needed masteries. I don't know if Melga's finished yet. She might be finished too. I could probably pull her out. Let me go check. Yeah, Melga needs a few more scrolls for this. I honestly don't really need this, but I want to get the spirit haste for her. So yeah, masteries are done on Archer, on Rathalos, on Deacon, on Athel, on Mordecai. And so now I'm getting scrolls for Ugo, and I'm getting scrolls for Coldheart. Ugo's closing in on level 50. She'll be my next 6-star. Probably. I might actually camp her at 50 and 6-star Coldheart. Are you guys doing a video show showing your raid anniversary videos? We haven't yet.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. People were curious. In fact, bet it was Jen in the chat, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking we could either we can actually cover that here too. I was kind of thinking about that.
You want to show yours, and then I'll take a quick break and I'll come back. I've already seen yours, I think. So
have you?
I think so. I think you showed me.
No, we haven't. We haven't looked at each other's.
No? Okay. So yeah, why don't you show yours?
Pause.
And then I'll swap over accounts and I'll show mine. I don't remember to do my arena battle too. I'm in gold 5 finally.
Well, you can do it right in the raid.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Let's do a little show and tell. Sundown Kilu.
I can't hear it. That's okay. I don't need to hear it.
Yeah. I don't think you'd be able to hear. It wouldn't go through anyways, would it? This was kind of a cool thing that they did.
They do it every year. It's cool.
Oh, really? Okay.
So August 22nd, we started our account. You started with Kale.
Yep.
Arbiter, January 3rd. Nice.
Not too bad.
Lady Atessa.
Oh, Wukong. Yeah. That was rough, man. Lady
Yeah.
Atessa. She's still just a 4-star level 40.
Wow, that's a lot of rares. 4 legendaries.
Not as much of the legendaries.
Who's your 6-star champion soul? Is it a rare?
That's a good question. I'll have to check afterwards.
Yeah.
This makes perfect sense.
That does make perfect sense.
Yeah.
And so does that. So does that. I mean, the fact that Sun's favorite champion is also named Sun. Yeah, obviously. Doing good work on the dungeons.
Ice Golem getting no love. Rightfully so. Spider's Den getting some silver.
It's too bad. I stopped playing my Noob versus Pro a couple of months before this came out. So it's like we couldn't really compare your stats to my stats on that account, unfortunately.
Yeah. Wow, that feels like a lot. Demon Lord Clan Boss. Yeah, that feels like a whole lot of clan boss fights.
Yeah. $14 million.
That Hydra high score, usually what happens is I get past the 6 million and then I
Click it
normally
off.
just quit out. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I do this.
I've never pushed it for the highest I could go.
My Hydra stats on my main are going to be embarrassing. Like, people are going to look at it and be like, what the hell is going on with you? It's like, yeah. Hydra and I are not, we're not friends.
Yeah. I honestly don't know who I have a 6-star soul on. Oh, there it is. Whoever this is.
Yeah, that's Shaman. Not Shaman. What the heck is her name? Now I blanked.
I think she's a barbarian. Sky Touch Shaman.
Sky
it is
Touch
Shaman.
Shaman. Yeah, it is Shaman. Sky Touch Shaman.
Yeah, she has apparently an interesting kit or something, right?
She's a very powerful healer under the right circumstances. She's a little tricky to use. I don't like her.
Yeah.
I personally don't like champions that are kind of built that way, but she can actually be very strong. And she used to be a favorite for healing, but I would much rather have like a Rector Drath, or somebody like that who's just super versatile and easy to use.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all right, so let's see, we can show mine now. If you want. Okay, so this is my main account, but this is, let me can you go to your close up? Oh, just a second.
Well, thank you, Jan.
There we go. Okay. All right, so this is mine. This is going to be funny. I'm actually going to mute it, I think, because it's too loud. My stats were much better last year before I started a YouTube channel. I'm already kind of embarrassed. 251 epics is a lot. 62 legendaries. 7 6-star champion souls. Not one of them. I think I got my first legendary 6-star soul like a couple of weeks ago, and it's Goffred. I'm not sure I have a single epic. I might have one epic. All of the rest of them have been rares. And not even like good rares, like not a cold heart or something. So these are my 4. Bellower is simply because he's my campaign farmer. But you can see, I'm at endgame. Deacon is one of my top 5 used champions. You know, when people say Deacon's not usable at endgame, literally one of my most used champions. Data's from the last.
Hearing a whole lot of copium right now.
Data's from the last 90 days only. I didn't even see that. Data's from the last 90 days only for this. Cardiel's still my favorite champion. That's
yeah,
easy.
that makes sense.
$70, 200, 425 hard mode runs. 3,000 ice golem. 5,000 spiders den. 390 hard mode spiders den. That's more now because I only just cleared them. I cleared them in like December or November. $30 mythical accessory. All right, so this is a number where I'm like 7,600 arena offense battles I won in the last year, right? But if you think about that, that's like 21, 22 a day. That's all that is. You know? And it's like, this is wins, not... So like if you lose it, you say, maybe I'm doing 25 battles a day. Now you get 39 battles for free every day, and that's not including any kind of rewards or extra things they throw your way. And I play arena a lot, you know, and it's like this 7,600 wins like represents very little growth overall because all of my Great Hall bonuses are up really high. So it's like, I'll show you my Great Hall after this. It's advanced at this point, but it's like, I've basically been doing arena nonstop for over 2 years and I'm still not done. Live Arena Silver 4. I don't do much Live Arena. I do enjoy it though. 1,237. Okay.
1,200 Demon Lord points, yeah.
Yeah. 140 million on Ultra Nightmares. 141 million, I think, was my high. But this is the funny number. Total Hydra fights all year, 27. If I did 1 key a week, I would get 52. I did like a half a key a week for the year on Hydra. I got Mithrala and I was like, screw Hydra. I'm done. By the way, I have done more than 27 Hydra fights just since the beginning of the year now, because now that we've got our cluster, like I actually care about Hydra Clash. And so I'm doing at least 2 keys a week, if not all 3. So yeah, even in just the last few months, I've done more than 27 keys. This one cracks me up. Total Hydra high score is 91 million. That's not true. That's weird. That's a weird number. Wait, what did it say there? Did it say last 30 days? No,
that's
last
for the
year.
last year. Yeah, some of them are 30 days, some of them a year.
Because this is weird, because I've done like 170 or 180 million on normal before. And I'm pretty sure I did it before the year ended. But anyway, let's see. Six Hydra Clash victories, for which I actually got a chest like 3 times because I just wasn't participating as much. But yeah, so no real surprises there, right? Cardiel's my favorite champion. I'm active in arena, but not super active. And I'm doing hard mode dungeons now, just starting to. I wouldn't even say starting to. I've been doing them for like 4 months, I guess. 3 or 4 months. But yeah, that's my main account. Now on my main account, I'm doing the fusion. So let's see where we are on the fusions. What do we have to do here? Champion training. So I need to do some champion training. Champion training on my main is really easy because I do almost all of it in the tavern. You can see my brews there. I've got 10,000 brews. I've also got some barrels and stuff. I do have lots of chickens too. I've got some book. I got 28 5-star chickens. 122 4-star chickens. I've been burning through my 3-star chickens, actually. At one point, I had almost 300 3-star chickens, and I'm down to 134. Because actually leveling up 3-star chickens takes too much time. I just use my 3-star chickens now. I'm just like, I don't have the time to run campaign. I can't do the HH challenge and this account and the fusions and the events and the YouTube videos. So I'm taking every shortcut, and I want to be in the content creator program so they just start giving me more chickens and gems, because now this is how I make content. Like, as a content creator, I don't play my account. I just spend resources to do the stuff I need to do. So it's like I could do all of that champion training in campaign if I had the time, but I never have the time. I used to have 14,000 gems or 15,000 gems. I'm down to 3,500.
Can't remember those days.
I just buy masteries now. I just buy masteries on everybody now because I get, like, I want to make a new 6-star and do a showcase. Like, oh, I got Harima. Let's buy the, and then I never even do the showcase, and I'm not even using Harima yet. And I'm like, but I don't have the time to run Minotaur on all the champions I pull. So yeah, I'm really inefficient on my main account. I mean, I still try. I try to be efficient, but I'm way, way less efficient than I used to be. Once this HH challenge is over, I'm going to be very excited to get back on my main account and start playing this account the way it should be played. It's a great account. It's so freaking good. Yeah, I put so much time and effort into this account, and I've gotten decent luck over the last 6 or 8 months in terms of champions. You know, and I would say luck to a certain extent. It's not really luck. It's just like I've had 8 months of progress on this account since we started the YouTube channel that I haven't been able to explore. You know, so it's like,
yeah,
with just the rare exception of like working on my Hydra team a little bit and working on my hard mode dungeons a little bit, I've done nothing on this account. It's like I got my Iron Twins Emic like solution, and that's like it. Like that's all I've done. So the opportunity to just sit down and play this account for like 2 or 3 months, man, I'm going to come out with some great content. There's so much cool content available on this account. I've got like 20 different clan boss speed tunes I want to try. I have a whole bunch of champions I want to showcase. The only downside, I think, is that, like, because I am free to play and because I've been burning through all my resources, I don't know that I'm actually going to be able to like switch gear and like actually, you know, do the team. Like, I can't show 20 clan boss speed comps. I can't. It's like, because everyone requires a rebuild on, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 different champions, and I don't have the resources for it. So I'm going to have to pick like my 2 or 3 favorites. But I have an Infinity comp I want to show off. I have a couple of cool unkillable tunes I want to show off. Some of them are really easy. There's a really accessible speed tune I want to show people that I think is got 1 key Ultra Nightmare potential. When I say really accessible, I should qualify that. There's a really accessible Emic Trunk Heart speed tune if you did that fusion. That I think has one that has 1 key potential. If you didn't do that fusion, it's a different thing. So, you know, but there's a Demytha speed tune that I think is pretty accessible. That is not a Myth Air. It's a 2-to-1. There's a really cool speed tune with Lydia I want to try. There's one with Elva I want to try. There's one with Razzlevarg I want to try. There's one with Zinogre I want to try. Actually, there's like 2 with her. So yeah. Use RSL Helper to run Minotaur overnight if you're not doing anything else. Well, unfortunately, you know, part of the issue is also like I'm not collecting resources. So if I were to use RSL Helper, I would just be burning the few gems that I do have. You know, like I'm down to like, I don't know, 20 energy refills in my mailbox, maybe less, maybe like 12. Because I just use them all the time to get the fusions done. So I don't collect them anymore as fast as I used to. So I still do my dailies. I get most of my advanced quests done. I don't clear this every day, but most of the days I clear this. Yeah. I mean, okay, so we were talking about arena before and I wanted to show off my arena team. So this is my gold 5 arena team. And we'll take this team up against whoever we like. This is fun. This is fun. Arbiter. Deacon. Right, we're talking about those 6 things you need for a speed, like a go first team. So I have a speed aura, turn meter fill, increase attack from Arbiter. I've got a decreased defense and turn meter fill from Deacon. That's 5 of the 6 things I need. I've got Genbo as my arena nuker, crushes. So I have all 6 things. So I can bring in here, I can bring in an ally attacker. Cardiel, right? I could bring in an ally attacker. I could bring in a Wukong for a buff strip and a secondary nuke. I could bring in a tank if I was worried about, you know, that. I don't. I could bring in a freeze or a stun. I could bring in an all-rounder, buffer, shielder. I could do an unkillable. I could bring in a second arena nuker. I could bring in a bomb champion. I can bring in a buff strip. It's like I can do whatever I want with this spot. Literally, I could bring in Nude. I could bring in Ninja. I could bring in Artak if I wanted. Bring in a second Reviver. I could do a block debuffs, you know, buff, like, and cleanse. Bring in another hard-hitting champion that's got, you know, I could do whatever I want in this spot. If Arbiter goes first, it's speed-tuned. There's actually, my Genbo's too slow right now because my Arbiter's gotten so fast that there's actually a gap now with the Genbo. So I do have to work on the Genbo. I'm trying. I've been looking for pieces for Genbo for like 4 months and I haven't been able to find the pieces I need. So, and let me show you my Genbo. Let me show you his build. And I'm going to put you back up in the corner here.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
So he's running 5,500 attack. It's actually 5,499, I think. 5,499 attack. 75% crit rate. I could actually drop this down to 70. 311% crit damage. Remember that 30% damage multiplier we were talking about? He gets basically another 90% crit damage, like on top, right? So he's basically hitting at a 400% crit damage rate. I don't think there's anything you can do in arena for, right? Yeah, okay. 221 speed. I need him up to like 235. That's like where I need him. Just to give Arbiter a little bit of leeway. I think I could run him at like 228 or 229. I think that's where he needs to be for the speed tune. But I'd like to get him up to about 235, 240. He's got a little bit of accuracy. Because he does, in fact, have this chance of stealing buffs. So each hit has a 50% chance of stealing a random buff. If you're stealing an increased attack, it can't be resisted. But if you're stealing some other buff, then it can be resisted. But you can actually strip 2 buffs off of a champion with this A1. His A2 decreases the duration of buffs. So you can actually remove buffs with his A2 as well. That's why you would want accuracy on him. That's another reason why he's incredibly good. People don't even think about this, that this is in his kit. But he can remove buffs. Not like Wukong level of remove buffs, but he can remove buffs. This guy's broken. Nah, he's not broken. He's really well. He's really strong. He's really strong. All right, so literally anything I want in that 4th spot, right? So normally I just run this setup because the ally attack is so good. And Cardiel's buffs mimic Gembo's buff. So he gets the increased crit damage and increased crit rate. So Gembo doesn't have to use his. And remember, he's got an extra turn mechanic. So I can use that extra turn mechanic to then reduce his cooldown on his A2 if I use Cardiel. Plus, this is a great solution for UDK. So yeah, so for this one, this will be a silly beatdown. I just let it go, right? Increase attack, decrease defense, ally attack, nuke. Done. All right, let's find a tougher. Let's see if we can find a tougher opponent. Okay, so here's like a UDK led team, 254k power. Pretty tanky, right? You got a Scylla the Drakes for revives. You got a Korrigar, Deathbell, who I think also does he also have a revive? I know he has an ally protect. He has an ally protect. We got Mashalid, who could nuke out my entire team, right? Now the ally attack lets me kill anybody I want. I can just pick one of these champions and nuke them off the board. But I'm just going to let it run on auto because probably we're just going to kill UDK. Depends on whether there's a stone skin or not. Here we've got a bolster set. UDK will probably die from the ally attack, and then we just nuke everybody out. Okay. So in this particular case, they were very tanky and survived. Scylla the Drakes, I don't even know if she's going to get a chance to revive. Scylla the Drakes on auto, by the way, always uses her stun first before her revive. Or at least people, I don't know, maybe people tune that in. Like, I never see a Scylla the Drake.
Yeah, you can tune it in. I that's what I do with my Wukong.
What do you mean?
You can set well, I set up the AI logic for my arena team for the AI, so that way it does certain things. So can't you do that for defense too?
Yeah. Oh, actually, I don't know. You might. I think you can.
Yeah, you can.
I think
you can.
But my point being that like I don't ever see Scylla the Drake's revive on that first turn. She always does the AoE stun, and Cardiel can cleanse that, so or block it. You know, here I'm going up against an Arbiter, so this is kind of a coin flip, right? If the Arbiter or if the Siphi, probably the Siphi is faster than me, then I'm going to lose. But I think I'll be faster. And if I wanted to change, you know, the AoE, the ally attack target, I can. In this case, you know, they go, but it doesn't matter. So this page is actually a pretty easy page for some reason. This duo actually looks they look kind of ridiculous. But it's actually a pretty good solution here with the Cardiel for this too. Just target Rotos, and because you hit so many different times, you don't trigger his passive. Now he's going to come back. Just target him again. And target her. Not particularly, you know, I mean, very strong champions, clearly very well built because they're 237k power just for 2 champions. So each one's over 100k. Whereas like if you look at my team, you know, I'm running 283 for all 4 champions. I think Cardiel is the most power on this team. He's like 90k or something. No, he's 112. So he's 113,000. So he's almost half of my power. Arbiter's 57. Gembo's 64. And Deacon is probably lowest. Yeah, 49. So, you know, they're calling Cardiel this powerful. It's like Gembo, like I could take him out of the team and it wouldn't even matter. You know, so this is the funny thing. Like, let's say I'll pick this team here. I'll run the same team, but I'll just take Cardiel out. Now, up against a UDK, I'd prefer to have Cardiel. I want him on the team because then I could nuke out the UDK. But we'll just run this with three champions. Genbo's stupid. Did you just see what he did to that team? That's a Magnar with a UDK and a Mithrala. All of them. One shot. Dusted. You know, like granted, you know, their team power is not that high. So their stats are probably not that high. But like the champions are strong. You know. Now this is kind of an interesting situation when you come up against like a team like this with a Kymar and a Rotos and a Gaius. Gaius is probably rocking Stone Skin. So I have an option here that I can try. This is actually a very tricky team for this composition. I'm going to turn this off of auto. I have other teams that can beat their composition very easily. But this team going into that team, this is not a favorable matchup. This is a team I would usually take a different team composition into. We're going to if they don't have Stone Skin on Gaius, it doesn't matter. So now I can just click auto. The fears from Cardiel are always fun into champions like Siphi and Rotos and Duchess and stuff like that. But if that was a Gaius in Stone Skin, then instead of using my ally attack, I would have used my block debuff buff from Cardiel. And that would work. Like this is a similar kind of scenario where you could do it here. Like I would go Arbiter into I was worried about, well, never mind. Then I would go, you know, the block debuff buff here before the bomber could land its bomb, you know, and then I would do that. But obviously, they're not strong enough for me to worry about. Kresk doesn't matter. Lady Kimmy doesn't matter. Like, I don't even care about the shields. Shields don't make a difference. Bolster doesn't make a difference. If you have Sarlay, she can be the link between a fast Arbiter and a slow Genbo. That's true. Sylar's a very good, yeah, he's a very good champ. I mean, I have a Seeker. You know, so I could run a Seeker if I wanted. I don't need to run this team. The whole idea of this team comp, though, is to open up that spot. I would rather speed to Genbo because then I have the fourth spot open. If I wanted to put a different fourth champion in there, I could. Your account is lacking damage dealers if you're still using Genbo, in my opinion. Okay. Let's go look. I've got Wukong. I've got Ragash. I've got Allele. I've got Nishak Verminlord. I've got Ninja. I've got Newt. I've got Cupidus. I've got Yakarl. I've got Ray. She's very good. Let's see. Those are all built, by the way. These are not the only ones I have. All right, let's keep going. I've got Skull Crown. Let's look down here. Oh, look, I've got Trunda. I've got Ugir. Got Erix. Got Harima. I've got Magnar. Supreme Elhain. Rhonda. Kendra Fawn. Let's keep looking. I got Rathalos. I've got Tamesia. I've got Ghostborn. Just pulled Sir Nicholas. Maybe we should look at who we got in the vaults. I've got Cleopteryx. I've got Zinogre. I've got Mashalid. I've got Lord Shazar. Got Alexander. I've got, what's his face? What's his name? Ashtalon. Little Miss Annie. Timid. Got another Sissia. Yeah. What do you think? I'm lacking damage dealers?
Just a little bit.
So I get it. He's insanely good. I have no reason to build any of those champions for this role. I don't need to. He's better than most of those legendaries. He hits at least as hard as half of those legendaries, and he ignores unkillable, which none of them do. Right? And he has the chance to, and he's void affinity, so he doesn't weak hit, which a lot of them will. Like, yes, I could build Supreme Elhain, but why? Every one of them takes legendary tome. I have 121 epic tomes, but I don't have 20 legendary tomes, and I have all these champions I want to build, all of these support champions that I want to build, all of these tanks I want to build, all of these other, like, I'm not lacking damage dealer. I'm a free-to-play account who has a Genbo who nukes out the world. I have no need to upgrade to another champion. Is Kandrafon a better champion than Genbo? There might be a small gap. He's got some cool mechanics that I could use, right? He's got some cool additional abilities, right? The whole like self-buffing thing, he also has that, right? You have to build him to 100% crit rate, but he's got the increased attack and the crit damage, so he hits really hard. And he's got the passive with the perfect veil. So arguably he hits harder, yeah, but is he a better champion? Is he a better champion? I don't think he is. Right? Because Genbo ignores unkillable. Genbo's void affinity doesn't weak hit. And so what I'm thinking of literally is if I had a 6-star Kandrafon built, let's say in the same gear that Genbo's built in, because honestly, I don't have like a lot better gear than what I've got on Genbo. Would Kandrafon win more battles for me than Genbo? And I don't know that he would. I don't think he would, actually. Because he certainly, like, I would have to watch out for Leorius. I don't have to watch out for Leorius. You know, like, I don't have to watch out for unkillable champs. And I would have to watch out about teams that were built in the Spirit Affinity, that had Spirit Affinity tanks and nukers and stuff. And I don't have to worry about that. You know, he would help me against Magic Affinity more because that would be even more damage. Sure. So maybe into like a Rotos. But Rotos is passive. Genbo can get around that passive. Kandrafon can't. So it's not a matter of lacking damage. It's a matter of value. He hits incredibly hard. He hits incredibly hard. I'm not sure what you're asking about, Matt Davis. I wanted to show my Great Hall. Yeah, so my Great Hall is good. You can just see behind my head here. This is still 8. All right, that's 8. This one. Everything else is 10 except for the resistances. But my point is, you know, I did 700 and what was it? 7,600 arena wins this year. You know, it's like that was just this year. And I'm 2.5 years in. So I had a year and a half of battles before that point. And this is where I like the fact that a Great Hall could take an active daily player 3 years to complete is absurd to me.
Yeah.
You know, it should be a 1-year task. I think it's really reasonable to consider this a 1-year investment in time. I think once you get up to about the 18-month mark, you're getting really unreasonable. And beyond that, it's just unfriendly. It's just flat out unfriendly. You're tying PvE success to PvP activity, and you're not giving enough. And then think about all those players who like grind in silver for a while, and they're not getting to gold, or they get to low gold and they can't break through to gold 5. And you can't even unlock the gold stuff with silver medal. Like you can't even earn past level 6 until you get to gold. And then if you're not in gold 4 or gold 5, it takes even longer. I've been in gold 4 or 5 because I got into gold 4 before there was a gold 5. I've been in gold 4 or gold 5 for probably 2 years of that 2.5 years. There was a period of time early on where I didn't really play Arena. I didn't start playing Arena for the first month of the account, maybe 6 weeks of the account. And then once I started, I didn't really focus on it because I didn't even know the Great Hall was a thing. I didn't know it existed like as a PvP. Like I thought it was PvP. I thought these were PvP bonuses. I didn't realize they were PvE bonuses. And I was like, oh, you do PvP and then you can empower your PvP teams. Great. Well, I don't love PvP, so I'm going to avoid it for now. And then I found out they were PvE bonuses, and then I started doing them. But yeah, so I would say, you know, and then I stopped playing the game for like a year. And that dropped me all the way back down, and then I had to climb back up again. But so call that 6 months. I don't even think it was. It was probably like 4 months. So for 2 years I've been playing, you know, actively, and I still not done. But, you know, I got to say I'm in a pretty good place. These are my area bonuses. I haven't been doing that much live arena. I put, you know, some into Hydra battles, some into the Demon Lord battles, and then I just put these into Doom Tower today or yesterday just to get a couple of extra bonuses in Doom Tower, speed that up a little bit. I put a little bit more into Fire Knight's Castle, especially speed. You know, whatever. Another 6 to 8 months, I'll be done, Darren. Yeah. I mean, the resistances will be nice in some places, you know, like Cintranos and Hydra. But the resistances are the least important ones, I think. For most of the time, I don't run resistance very often. Like, it's not a stat I stack in most places. If I want to deal with debuffs, I usually have a cleanser or a block debuffs. I mean, remember that Cardiel was my first Void Legendary. I got him 4 months into the game. So he has, on his A2, he has a cleanse, full AoE cleanse, plus a block debuffs buff for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So I never had to worry about resistances as a real big thing. You know, there are places where this doesn't work. You know, there are some places where resistance can be really helpful. Hydra comes to mind, you know. So, yeah, there are some places where resistance matters, but it's not incredibly important, you know, so it can wait all the way until the end. Hey, Smog. Thank you. Good to see you. Slimo, you finished yours 2 weeks ago. Congrats. What would I prioritize when maxing this up? It really depends on your roster. The way I did it for the most part was I prioritized accuracy first. I thought that was the most important because you always want to be able to land your debuffs, and you don't always get gear that has accuracy substats, and so it gives you a little bit more flexibility with your gearing. A lot of times debuffers need speed, right? Like anybody who needs accuracy typically needs speed, and you want them high in the turn order. So by increasing your accuracy here, that allows you to concentrate more on speed with your gear. You can even maybe use a speed set instead of a perception set in some cases. And so I think this allowed me more gearing flexibility. After that, I focused on crit damage. And I focused on crit damage for my like 1 or 2 affinities that were the most important for my damage dealers, for arena, and then for like dungeon killing stuff. You know, mostly wave killers, because a lot of boss fights were just, I was just about tankiness. So accuracy first, crit damage next. And then I think I did defense and HP, and it kind of depended on the affinity. Sometimes HP is more important for survivability, especially now because there's more ignored defense like mechanics in the game than ever. So, you know, HP is also usable on everybody, right? If you're looking for survivability, whereas defense is like, it's more valuable on the champions where it's valuable, but it's less valuable on other champions. So what I mean by that is, like, if you have a defensive based damage dealer, defense gives them not only survivability, but damage. So, you know, defense in some affinities, HP in other affinities, and it was just based on my roster. Then I'm doing attack second to last. and then I'm doing resist last. I don't think that's how it has to go. Depending on who you pull on your roster, sometimes, like, I could see somebody wanting to build defense first, let's say, as the first thing, as opposed to accuracy or crit damage. But that's how I did it. Yeah, Darren. So that's basically the way you just described it. That's basically what I did. Yeah, and silence resistance can be really valuable depending on, again, your roster, right? I had Cardiel, so it was almost like I almost didn't care. Like, the freedom to not care about resistance was really nice because it allowed me to gear more easily, it allowed me to work in every fight more easily. And speed replaced the need for resistance. Because if I needed to resist a particular debuff or skill, if I was going fast enough, Cardio would get his block debuffs up before that skill came out, and then I didn't need any resistance for it. Again, there are a few cases where that doesn't happen. But if you have a Pythion, if you have an Elva, if you have a Cardiel, even if you have like I'm thinking is a Sandlash Survivor, or, you know, anybody who's got a Sanguinia, somebody who's got a block debuffs buff that can go up before you get hit, that can be a replacement for resistance in like 60 or 70% of the content, maybe more. We were just talking about Clan Boss. Like, the Clan Boss stun and the Spirit Affinity slow can both be negated by a block debuffs buff. They can also both be cleansed, right? The stun can't be resisted. I think the slow might be able to be resisted, but it's like, why like, you got to get 350 resistance or something to resist that slow? Why not just block it? Just block it with the block debuffs. You know, so it's much easier and generally just more versatile and friendly to go with a block debuffs buff or a cleanse. I'm not sure what you're laughing at, Happy. Happy Cuddles. I'm dead. Oh, let's have a look. I use Arbiter, Deacon, Wukong, Hefrak, and there's no way if I pulled a Gimbo I would use him. That's fine, Icky. But you've already invested in your Wukong and your Hefrak. You've already put the books in. You've already got the gear on. Right? So if you pull a Gembo after that point, you don't need Gembo. But if you pulled Gembo first, you wouldn't necessarily need your Hefrak. You might build him because you think Hefrak's really cool, and you think Hefrak's more powerful than Gembo, which would be true. But you wouldn't need him in Classic Arena. You wouldn't replace Gembo in your 3v3, and you might not even replace him in your live arena. Like, Hefrak has tactical differences from Genbo, and those tactical differences come into play. Do you want to use a setup where you can get his passive, Hefrak's passive going, and get that free nuke out there when an ally dies? Or are you going up against a Leorius and you need to ignore an unkillable? And then it's a tactical choice. And Hefrak's multipliers are better. He hits harder. I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm saying I think people consider the fact that it's like, oh, a legendary is better than an epic as a damage dealer. Like, they're just better. Like, that's not always true. That's not always true. And better may not be necessary. Like, value over replacement is really important. Like, if I build a Hefrak and that allows me to win 3% more battles than I would win with a Genbo, then it's a very minor increase, even though he might hit 30% harder than Genbo. Do you know what I mean? Because that 30% harder doesn't actually translate into 30% more wins. That's not how that works, you know? So, I think Georgid I would build. If I had a Genbo and I pulled a Georgid, I would build the Georgid. But other than Georgid, there aren't that many nukers that I would think would just straight up replace my Genbo. Silence, would I go 5 first in the sections, for example, HP, or max out one bonus after another? You want to max out at least your first. Go all the way up to 10. Because in the Arbiter missions, you need a max level affinity bonus in order to get your Arbiter. After that, it's really up to you and how your roster progresses. What I did, I think I took 2 or 3 up to 10. The ones that were really important in terms of accuracy and crit damage. So I think I did spirit accuracy. I might have done spirit accuracy and magic accuracy first and gotten those all the way up. And then I think I did void affinity crit damage. Or it might have been magic affinity crit damage, or maybe both of those. And then after I had those all the way up, I did everything else to like 5. And then I just picked ones that I liked. So it isn't so much like get everything to 5 and then go everything to 6 and then go everything to 7. Like I wouldn't necessarily do that. The other thing is CVC points. You know, you get more CVC points the higher you go up. But usually when I get to a CVC, I just try to use all my points. So if I can do 1 10 and then I can do like 2 5s or something, I'll just do that to use up my medals during CVC. Wukong strip and block debuffs don't have to ignore unkillable. I'm not saying Genbo is bad either. Yeah, Wukong is potentially good for champions like Leorius. Like if you're coming into Leorius. But remember, you have to land the buff strip. So if he gets resisted, which is going to happen 3% of the time, or if you get resisted just because the champion has enough resistance, then you're not going to ignore the unkillable. Genbo ignores it as a passive. It can't be resisted. So if you are trying to ignore unkillable, he is going to be more consistent at it than any other champion in the game. Any champion in the game, including, I'm pretty sure everybody, does Georgid ignore unkillable? Let me double check. Okay, so Georgid's the, I know he ignores Stone Skin. Yeah, he ignores unkillable. So Georgid's he's the only better champion at ignoring unkillable. And the reason he's and it's even arguable that he's better at ignoring unkillable because this is on a skill. Whereas Genbo's is on a passive. So all of Genbo's skills ignore unkillable. Whereas this is the skill on Georgid that ignores unkillable. This skill does not ignore unkillable. So you have to kill with this skill. So arguably Genbo is even more consistent than Georgid at ignoring unkillable. But Georgid hits much harder. He hits much harder. Okay, he definitely hits harder than Genbo. And he simultaneously ignores strengthen, stone skin, block damage, increased defense, ally protection, and shields. So yeah, this guy is better, right, overall. But Genbo was still going to be more consistently ignoring unkillable. By the way, he also ignores, like, swift parry. Right? So the swift parry thing that, like, the 50% chance of unkillable when hit with a fatal hit, like, he ignores that. So he ignores unkillable on Leorius, but he also ignores swift parry on everybody. Right now, you don't see a ton of swift parry these days, but he ignores it. And you do see it from time to time. You know, Skull Crown, he ignores that. Narcissus, yeah. Narcissus and Korra is ridiculous. Leo won't be built with resistance, though, to be fair. Surprisingly, he is. That statement makes sense to me, that Leo should not be built with resistance. But I have come up against Leos that have been built with resistance. When you think about Leo's passive, damage increases as the champion HP decreases by 1% for every HP loss. So if he's at 1% HP, he's getting a 99% boost, right? Or maybe even at 0 HP. Like if he's at 1 HP, then that might be considered 0 HP. And he gets 100% damage boost. So he actually, like in a scenario where you're activating his passive, he doesn't need as many stats to hit as hard, right? He's got an okay base attack, right? The reason it's lower is because he's getting this passive, but it's like he can hit incredibly hard. And so you can spare some stats for resistance. I'm not saying you're going to build him with 500 resistance, but in a lot of cases, right? Like if you want to not have a buff strip come through, say from a Wukong or something like that, you might put 300, 350 resist on him. You could build them in an immunity set if you wanted to. You know, actually immunity can't because that's a buff strip, right? So, but my point being that you could have them in stone skin. You know, it's like there are things that you can do there to try to mess with that. But I've seen Leorius's who my Wukong can't strip, and my Wukong has like 400 accuracy or 450 accuracy. So it happens sometimes. Of course you want Georgid. Everybody wants Georgid. I think Georgid might be the best arena nuker in the whole game. I think he's arguably better than Harima, right? He's arguably better than anybody. He's better than Hefrak. He's definitely better than Hefrak. You know, it's like, who else is... He's better than Rotos. Is he better than Terrace? You know, maybe not. I don't know. That's hard to say, but maybe he might be better than Terrace. He's certainly the most versatile, hardest hitting champion. Like, if you're just talking about versatility, like if you're just talking about the ease of using him, just put him on a team and let him crush things. Georgid is by far the easiest, best, top tier, you know, arena nuker in the game. Yeah, Siegfried's a mythic, you know, or Siegfried is a mythic. So it's like, do you want to start getting into that? You know, it's like Siegfried, like, yeah, okay, maybe. But I'm talking about ease of empowerment, right? Like, you don't need anything special. You don't have to tweak your composition. You don't have to worry about affinity. You don't have to worry about what the enemy is bringing because he ignores everything. I mean, look at the list of things he ignores on this A2. I'm sorry, A3. He ignores Strengthen, Stone Skin, Unkillable, Block Damage, Increased Defense, Ally Protection, and Shields. So there's nothing you can bring as an opponent that's going to increase the survivability of your team that he won't ignore. He won't ignore revives, like or like revive on death. So that's it. And by the way, he gets an extra turn if he kills somebody with this thing. So he's just gonna roll into his AoE nuke, right? This is a single target hit. So there's something to be said about that. This is not an AoE. This is a single target hit. But he gets an extra turn and then he rolls into his AoE. And if he doesn't kill you, he reduces your turn meter, potentially. It can't be resisted, right? He's stupidly easy to use. I pulled him on my Nuke versus Pro account. He obliterates every team. Every team melts. So yeah, there are better champions than Genbo out there. And if I had to pick one to take, like if there was one that would absolutely build and replace my Genbo with, it would be Georgid. But like, I mean, probably Narcissus, you know, like probably. Yeah, I'd probably do that. You know. Reaction gear counters him a bit. Stripping Genbo's attack would break his ignore too. Except you can't. Well, you can. No, you can. You can strip his increased attack. But if you're going first, you know, it's like, are you talking about longer fights? Because if you're talking about longer fights, you don't want Genbo anyway, right? But he also has a immune to decrease attack debuffs, which is really great. So what would have to happen in order to strip Genbo's increased attack is your increased attacker would have to go, and then the enemy would have to go in between, and then remove it. Now you could block it. You could try to put a block up before the increased attack goes. That would be another way to do it. Smog, can I ask your opinion on Robar? I don't have an opinion on Robar. I can look at him, but I don't own him, and I've never built him. Just looking at his stats, nice attack, really low defense, looks squishy as hell. I mean, 19,000 HP is not that bad, so I guess not super squishy. Speed is okay. It's okay. 50% chance doesn't get increased by books to place a stun. Grants an extra turn if this debuff is successfully placed. That's not bad as an A1. That's a decent A1. AoE 100% drop defense. If it hits hard, which it probably does with his attack stat, that's a very good skill. You need accuracy. AoE damage increases if the target is under a CC. So you'd want to pair him up with a CC champion. That's a little bit weird because that's not a natural fit for a go first team. And he's not a go second champion. This would make more sense with a go second champion. But you could certainly find, like, I think the natural pairing would be Kymar. Right? On a go first team, the natural pairing would be Kymar. So if you have a Kymar, this guy probably nukes really hard. So like Arbiter, Deacon, Kymar, this guy, that's a great foursome. Because you get the increased attack, he is an attack-based nuker. You get the decreased defense, so you don't have to worry about him bringing the decreased defense. You get the Kymar buff strip and sleep, which then activates the extra damage. And then he's your nuker. As far as PvE content is concerned, he's okay. But he's probably too squishy and too slow for me to really feel like he's valuable. You got better wave clearing options. I think the stun's okay. He's worth building as an arena nuker, probably. He's also a force affinity, right? So it's nice to have a force affinity nuker in the stable. Darren says, yeah, if you have Ancora Narcissus, you'll never use Genbo outside of 3v3, to be brutally honest. How is it brutally honest to say that if you have the arguably best arena duo in the game, that you're not going to use another champion? Like, if you have Ancora Narcissus, you're not going to use Hefrak. You're not going to use Herndig. You're not going to use Trunda. You're not going to use... Like, if you have Ancora Narcissus, that's who you use. Right? And Narcissus is a void legendary. So how many people have Ancora Narcissus? Even if you did the fusion, like I did, how many people have Ancora Narcissus? It's like, brutally honest, to remove any... Like, no. If you have Terrace Marishka, to be brutally honest, you're not going to use any other arena nuker. Like, if you have Rotos, you don't use them. If you have Candrafont, you don't use them. If you have Marishka and Terrace, that's who you use. That's like saying, you know, if you have Genbo, to be brutally honest, you're not going to use your starter champions anymore. Like, yeah, of course not. Of course not, man. Darren, I'm not arguing with you. I just find it funny. I just, like, I'm not saying Genbo is better than these other champions. I'm saying the value that you get for this epic is on par with half of the legendary nukers in the game. And he's tactically more valuable than most of the rare nukers or legendary nukers in the game for particular fights because of that ignore unkillable. Will you replace him in certain cases? Absolutely. And if you get somebody better, will you replace him? Of course you will. And how many better replacements are there? I don't know, 5, 7. Call it 10. Right? But the gap between them also determines your investment if you're a free-to-play player. You know, if I'm going to step up from, say, let's say Kandrafon is a little bit better. Stepping up from a Genbo to a Kandrafon for me may not, in fact, improve my win rate and will, in fact, cost me 12 legendary tomes or whatever Kandrafon takes to book out. I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm not saying there aren't better champions. I'm saying he's incredibly valuable. He's more valuable than Kandrafon. Without a doubt, for a free-to-play player, Genbo is more valuable than Kandrafon. Right? Kandrafon might be better. And for a spender, that's a whole different argument. Steve Graham says, who would you build around a double AP team consisting of Taragi and Vergis? I have Deacon in the lead. I also have Rathalos, who is almost fully booked. I have Fatman and Whisper too. So Taragi and Vergis. You're talking about Clan Boss, double ally protect. Taragi brings a decreased attack, but it's not super reliable. I don't think Vergis brings anything to Clan Boss other than the ally protect. I mean, he brings a shield and some sustain, right? But it's like, reflect damage. You need all the debuffs then, you know. So Fatman brings you some nice debuffs. Right? He brings you decrease a decrease attack, no, decrease defense, HP burn and poison. So yeah, that's not bad, right? I wouldn't mind a backup decrease attack. If you're going double ally protection, you're going tanky. So you want to survive, and that you need a decrease attack. You need a really reliable decrease attack. And you have one that's partially reliable in Taragi. So Taragi's A1 has a 40% chance of a decrease attack. That's not huge, right? That's not huge. You add the ally attack, that's not bad because that gives more A1s to Taragi. So that's another chance to get that decrease attack out. But I don't know that it's enough. Even Taragi with an ally attack, I don't know that that's enough, especially not into force affinity. So, you know, I would look for a Feign or an Annex or maybe a Whisper. The problem is all of those champions are squishy, and you're going for a defensive-based team. You know, so there are some other champions you could consider. I mean, Geo could work well with that team. You know, but so it's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky to figure that out just without knowing more, I guess. Rathalos would bring damage, and he's not bad, but he might outrun his buffs because of the speed buff he gives himself. So he might like actually just not be, you might have it might be tricky to speed tune him. Plus, without the HP burn, he's not as valuable. You know, Deacon has the leech, which helps. Deacon's also going to outrun the ally protection buffs because of his extra turn, he'll outrun the ally protection potentially. Although you have 2 ally protectors, so you might get some leeway there. So maybe even Rathalos wouldn't outrun the extra ally protection. Yeah. Blue Gates is an end game free player. I'm lucky enough to have Georgia. He's great, but his passive isn't reliable and reaction gear and hurry. I already mentioned that, right? Didn't I? Yeah, Sniper Mastery could help. Sniper Mastery could help push this to 45%. I think that's a good call. If you're going support tree, which you may not be going, you might be going offense defense, right? Because when you're going masteries on this guy, if you're going for clan boss, you want War Master. And then you probably want him in defense because you want the damage mitigation. So to get Sniper Mastery on him, I don't know that that's the best combination of trees. You know, I mean, if you went support and you kind of went down the shield heal side, but also got like maybe the Lore of Steel plus the sniper, maybe it balances out. But then you're going offense support, not offense defense. Because if he's your clan boss damage, you know, if he's in your clan boss team, not going down the offense tree is, maybe it's not critical. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you can't get a 1 key anyway, so it's like you're like, I can get a 2 key, that's fine, so I don't need the offense tree. Maybe. Darren, sure, but after the Arcade Phoenix, dude, I don't mind an argument. I don't mind an argument at all. I don't mind the debate. I enjoy it. Yeah, so potentially, I mean, let's say you bring those 2 ally attackers, I'm sorry, not 2 ally attackers, you bring those 2 ally protection champions. Then you get Fat Man in, who brings the HP burn and the extra ally attack for an increased chance of decrease attack on Taragi's A1. And then you bring Rathalos, and he's activated by the HP burns, plus you have the poisons. That's a ton of damage. Now you need somebody, like Deacon now maybe doesn't fit that team. Like the Leech is good, but that's literally the only sustain now you have in that team. Right? Like you have, I shouldn't say the sustain. It's the only healing that you have in that team. Taragi has a little bit of a self-heal. But he doesn't heal anybody else, right? Yeah, just. And then who was the other ally protector? Vergis. Vergis has a little bit of a heal. Oops. Vergis has a little bit of a heal that he can drop on somebody else. I don't think he has to drop it on himself, right? Places a continuous heal on a target ally. But this becomes wonky with speed tuning, right? Because now if he's shifting around his increased speed, and I don't know how the AI deals with this. I haven't run a Vergis in a really long time, and usually I run him as a solo champion. I mean, Vergis is tricky. I don't know if you can speed tune him real well. So if you're just kind of having like, let's just go and see what happens, then you can leave Deacon in. Just experiment with it. But, you know, if you could swap out a different ally protector, you know, if you could find a miscreated monster even, or White Dryad Naya, or Jareg. You know, this is a really nice ally protect, right? Because it's got that increased defense factored in as well. So this could be really good. And he has a decreased attack on his A1. So he would actually factor into that ally attack composition really well. He gives you another, this is actually a better chance. This is a 60% chance of a decreased attack on the A1. Plus it's a different affinity, I think. No, it's not. Hiragi is also magic affinity, right? Yeah, so it's not a different affinity. But you get more chances there. So Jareg would probably be better than Vergis. If everybody has their War Master, then maybe the Leech is enough. Maybe the Leech is enough. With a double ally protector, maybe the leech is enough. I wouldn't sacrifice War Master for accuracy. You don't need really high accuracy. Like I think for Ultra Nightmare you need 275. Let me double check that. Raid stages tool. $250. You need 250 for Ultra Nightmare. 250 is reasonable for any debuffer. You know, even Rethinking the Fat, where you might want to get 100% crit rate, you should be able to hit 250. I mean, just, you know, if we look at Farrakhan, let's see, does he come in with any accuracy? I don't know if he does or not. He's got no accuracy. Okay, so he's Spirit Affinity. So let's say you're running up your Great Hall and, you know, I don't know, maybe you're at like 6 or 7. So you get 40 or 50 just from that. A 5-star banner gives you 78. So now you're up to, let's say 125. Let's call it 125. You need another 125. That's all you need. You need to find 125 from glyphs and substats. You know, you want accuracy on your amulet. So that should give you at least 20 or 30 accuracy there. If you have them in a 1 perception set, that's another 40 accuracy there. You know, now literally you only need to find 50 accuracy. So you don't need. I'm sorry, we're not talking about Farrakhan the Fat. Who are we talking about? Taragi. Yeah, so I think obviously any stats you put into accuracy, like if you use an accuracy banner, you're not using an HP banner. So there is that. And you probably want them in regeneration or in stalwart. So maybe you don't want to use them in perception. But you should get at least some accuracy out of your Great Hall. Here you should get at least some accuracy out of your Great Hall. You could also go accuracy out of your area bonuses. You know, so if we go to Demon Lord, you can get, you know, 16 accuracy relatively easily here. And then substats. I think you could hit 250. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, darn, if we're talking about a relatively new account, then we're not talking about Ultra Nightmare, and then all of a sudden the requirements go down. Are we talking about Brutal? Because if we're talking about Brutal, then you don't need 250 accuracy. You need like 150 accuracy. Right? So it becomes even easier. And like, granted, maybe you don't have a Great Hall bonus. You don't have much Great Hall bonus or much area bonus, you know, but it's like, if you want to, now here's another thing. It is entirely fine to go down the support tree. It's absolutely fine to go down the support tree with, say, Taragi. Maybe even skip the offense tree. If right now your gear isn't enough for you to land the accuracy and you need the accuracy, you know, to land the debuff and you want to do that, that's fine. Because you always get one free rebuild, like, of your masteries. So as you level up, what's going to happen is you're going to hit Nightmare or Ultra Nightmare, and you're not going to be doing the job. You're going to need to switch over. You know, you're going to need to switch your masteries over. But that's fine. Maybe that's just something that you do as you progress. Yeah, exactly. All I'm saying is, if you don't have the stats and you need masteries to help you get the stats, you can try that and then get the value out of that build for a while. Let's say you're just hitting Brutal, but you're clearing it every day and you're getting the rewards. And then you're like, all right, I want to step it up to Nightmare. And then you realize, oh, I'm not doing the damage here and I need to swap over. You get one free swap. You get one free mastery swap on every champion. So it's not necessarily the end game build you want. You don't want Taragi in the support tree. Not for clan boss. You want him offense, defense. Or you want him defense support. You could do that, right? If you're like, I'm not going for a 1 key, I'm going for a 2 key, you could probably do a 2 key just fine with him in defense and support. Son, what do you actually run your Taragi in?
My Taragi is in Defiant, Perception, and then some off pieces.
No, I'm talking about masteries.
Oh, Masteries. Ooh.
Offense support.
Offense support, yeah.
Yeah. So, and you're doing a 2 key Ultra Nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this I would say is, based upon experimentation, like if this is something that's getting you there, then fine, right? But it's like this is not what I would normally recommend. I would say you want offense, defense, or you want defense support. To not go in the defense tree, you have to bring a lot of something else, because one of the big things about the defensive tree is that mitigation you get. I mean, you get 2 big mitigators. Let me see.
Yeah, I think part of this is because my team is pretty much built around like entirely around shields. That's why I went with the support tree.
Right, because you have
and I took
Brogni.
all of the extra shields. Yeah.
Yeah. But so you have this. No, where is it? This. You have delay death. Reduces the damage this champion takes by up to 6% when hit like by the same enemy over and over, basically. So this reduces the damage your ally protector takes by 6% from the clan boss by the time probably you're in the 3rd clan boss rotation. Because AoE 1, AoE 2, 3 times. So even if you don't take the stun, by the end of the 3rd... No, I'm sorry, it's 8 hits. It's not 6 hits. So by the end of the 4th cycle, you're at the maximum here. And then, in addition, you can decrease damage received from AoE attacks by 5%. So this is an 11% reduction in damage that you take from AoEs. And obviously, the clan boss uses 2 AoEs. So you receive 5% less there, and then you receive 6% less here. That is hugely valuable to an ally protector. Remember, you're taking that damage from everybody else who's getting hit. So, Sun, like he was saying, he's got Brogni, so he went with the shields because he from the ally, from the support tree, to just boost those shields over and over and over again. And then that allowed him to also get Lore of Steel and all that stuff, which is, so for that particular comp, it may work. And after experimentation, you realize that gives you more survivability. I know you theory crafted that really hard, and you did a lot of in-game experimentation with your speed tune, didn't you?
Yeah, this is like the 5th or 6th iteration.
Yeah.
And then each one, it's like 10, 20 hours. Speed tuning and doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has gone through a lot of iterations. But now that we're here, now it's the iterating is, more minor, like what's slightly better gear combinations or like masteries and stuff like that.
Yeah. So is it worth unbinding 6 Legos, 2 Ultimate in the Shield, 1 Razin, 1 Gerda, and 2 others to buy Fushan for clan boss? No. No, I think the token trader here is let me see. So we're talking about the token trader. So there are some good champions here. In fact, all of the champions are decent. All of them are decent. But no, it's not a reasonable thing to trade 6 legendaries for a Fushan. You have a lot of other clan boss options. You don't need a Fushan. Fushan's nice for a clan boss. You can use the Mythfu, with the Mytha and Fushan. It's a really nice tune. He brings decent things to the fight. He's got a extra. Let's see. So he's got a speed lead, which is really nice, 24%. So he's got an extra hit mechanic on his A1. And then he's got a decreased defense. You know, and he runs fast at 106. And by bringing a damage champion who has a speed aura and who brings a debuff, like he also hits decently hard. He's going to do a decent amount of damage for you. And if you pulled him from a shard, I would say build it. But I wouldn't trade any 6 legendaries for 1 legendary. Like, unless that legendary is, you know, we're talking about Narcissus. Yeah, maybe, you know, like, but the value you can get from those other champions as either arena guardians or in faction wars or whatever, unless you just have tons and tons of extra copies of champions, you're like, I've 4-starred everybody I need and I don't even care. Like, they're trash champions. Then maybe, but if that's the case, then you don't need, like, if that were the case, you wouldn't need Fushan for a clan boss team. You would already be there. So yeah. Hey, Freaky, good to see you. Yeah, area bonuses are a really nice way to get extra stats for things, especially like accuracy, resistance is harder to get than accuracy. And I know it seems like they would be the same, right? Because you have sets that give you 40 accuracy and sets that give you 40 resistance. You have a chess piece that gives you accuracy, a chess piece that gives you resistance, a banner that gives you accuracy, a banner that gives you resistance. But accuracy generally has to be higher. It has to overcome resistance. And resistance doesn't have to be higher than the accuracy in order to resist it. Although it helps. More resistance helps. And typically you need accuracy on more champions, right? Because there are other ways to do the job that resistance does. We were talking about Cardiel with the, you know, the cleanse, the block debuffs buff. You know, you could have a decreased accuracy buff on the enemy. There's all sorts of ways to potentially prevent debuffs or effects from ruining your team composition. Whereas there is almost no additional mechanic for making your debuffs count, right? You have an increased accuracy buff, and that's basically it. Even if you're using like a decreased resistance debuff, that one champion still needs to be able to land that without the debuff up. So accuracy is like the harder stat to work around than resistance. Although resistance is another painful stat. Like, of all the stats that are the most painful, I think it's accuracy first, resistance second, right? And then it's probably crit rate third. And then speed fourth, maybe. Like, speed is incredibly important. It's more important than the other 3 in general, but it's the easiest to obtain, probably. Thanks for calling that out. Accuracy aura can help. Yes, Freaky. That's a good call. Same thing with the resist aura. You can use those in equal measure. One champion that's really nice in the accuracy resistance war or whatever you would call it, like situation, is Mithrala. Because her passive basically gives her a point of resistance for each point of accuracy that she has. And so you don't need any resistance on her for her to be extremely resistant. If you could put 600 accuracy on her, she gets 600 resistance. Now, it doesn't count. Like, you won't see it in her build. So I'll show you my Mithrala. And when you look at her stats, you can see her accuracy is listed at 602 and her resistance is listed at 134. Her resistance is actually 736. In game, her resistance is 736. Now, that can be shut off by a block passive skill, But how are you going to land a block passives debuff on a champion with 736 resistance? It's really, really hard to do. You know, and in addition to that, she has an aura of 80 accuracy in all battles, which means 80 resistance in all battles for her. So this is one of those champions. You use her, one of the reasons you use her is because she's so easy to build effectively. It's just super easy to build effectively. So, hey, Crop, good to see you. How you doing today? All right, so we are closing in on 4 o'clock, and it is a Sunday, and I have to go spend some time with my family. We're still getting ready for a baby, you know, that's gonna happen. It's like, holy crap, that's gonna happen. Yeah, so I think we're gonna call it here at 4 o'clock. Sorry you just showed up, Crop. It would have been nice to chat a little bit. But yeah, so Raid Madness. You need to go vote. If I haven't talked about this in a couple of hours, but you need to go vote. The Raid Madness bracket, like the second round voting, will be ending.
Ends tonight, doesn't it?
Tonight at midnight, I think.
Yeah.
Let me double check. I think it ends at midnight tonight. Yeah, this is something that I like. There's so much going on. All right, so the second round ends midnight tonight. So go to the Raid Madness link in the description of this video and go ahead and just click your buttons. I voted earlier in the live stream, so if you missed that, you can go back and watch that. We had a big argument about Geo. We had a fun argument about Geo. And all the champions. I like the debate. I enjoy the debate. I think it's valuable. It's a way to educate newer players on all of the champions in a way that isn't simply like do this, don't do that. It gives you more information because you get both sides of the argument. And then simultaneously, I think it helps players who have been playing a while who haven't had access to all of the epics. Like there are epics in this group of 64 I've never built. And so I'm still learning about some of these champions. And so it's good even for experienced players to just, you know, take a look. And yeah. And then I need your votes. We need your votes. We want Raid Madness to be a success. You know, and then maybe that'll entice us to do it again next year.
As soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is it for today, folks. Thanks so much for hanging out. And we'll have tomorrow's Monday, so we'll have our weekly planning video out tomorrow, I think. And then I think Tuesday we'll have the review of the Raid Madness Round 2 stuff, hopefully with MTG, if he's around. He was here earlier and he said he should be available, so I hope that we can schedule that. And then yeah, that'll be it. Hey Crystal, sorry you're late.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out, and also thanks. We got 5 gifted subs today. That was absolutely fantastic.
That was cool.
Yeah, that was very cool. So yeah, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, join the Discord community. Son, what do you have to say to the good people?
Happy St. Patty's Day. And
Happy
have
St.
a great rest of your afternoon.
Yeah,
Evening.
Happy St. Patty's Day. Drink responsibly. That's what I'm gonna say. All right, we will see y'all.